just a nude, And so I decided not to do that one, just out of, kindness. But hey, we're going to try it out. Okay, we got the Discord open. People are asking if they're allowed to goon. Yes, of course. Joel, how are you?
Let me ask you this question. I'm fine. How are you?
Was that your question?
No, I was just being nice. I was just being friendly.
You don't care though, right?
Like, I don't know in what context. Oh, there I go.
I'm well.
Well, you just finished. So my question to you is, don't you think it'd be fun? And all the dumplings are in here, and there are also freaks. Wouldn't it be fun if, like, at the end of one of our lives, it maybe would be more my life because I think I'd be too tired at the end of yours. We go to sub only. Okay. You come up, and we do an improv scene. I'm thinking.
I would love that, but we can't go up during sub onlys.
Yeah, no. You can go up. You have to start the sub only, and then you can bring up a guest.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You can have guests during sub only, but you can't have a guest and then do a sub only.
Oh.
You have to have no guest, start the sub only, and then you can bring some up. So I'll bring you up, and then we'll take suggestions from the audience. What if Shakespeare was in a laundromat?
I can imagine now.
Thou shalt put thine coins within thy slot, or whatever. Like, everyone would be dying.
So we have to do it. I thought we just we think about the things they say and then we laugh about them, like the funny.
Oh no,
ideas.
It's not just like a thought thing. You're thinking about like a think tank thing, but no, this would be like they say the thing, and then we like perform it. Like, I'm the laundromat, you're Shakespeare.
I'm interested in doing thought improv. Like we could call ourselves the thought experiment, and then people shout ideas, and then we just go, "Can you imagine?"
Next. Yeah, that's an next. That's really quick. I'd like to sit with that, like, especially Shakespeare, and like I understand what you're saying,
right?
The more the merrier. Like, but I think like quality over quantity in this case, because I would like to just like sit with it for like 20 mins or something, and just like let it gestate. And everybody can do that too, and it can be like sort of this improvisational, meditative.
We'll go through all
experience.
The gamuts of emotion and everything.
Yeah, and we'll just sit there together and do that, and I think that would be like really powerful.
You know how Shakespeare coined a bunch of phrases?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe like each time he puts a coin in the dryer, he says one.
Oh my goodness! Wow. See, let's just sit with that, because that is neat.
Oh. Just, can you imagine?
Oh my goodness! And every time it's like ching ching ching, but then they're saying they would say one of his famous phrases.
What are some famous laundry phrases?
Jason, thank you so much for the sub. Well, it's more of Shakespeare's phrases, and I think it's like Hamlet, or
to bleach or not to bleach.
That is my anus.
Oh, when you do laundry, bleaching your anus, right? I get it. What's your laundry method?
I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know what you meant. You know what? This is one thing that's interesting. Deborah requested, and I hit accept, but it didn't go through.
Something's going on.
I'm beginning to think that this is not. We may not be able to get guests. Let's try again. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it's just not coming up here. Let's see. I'm gonna do an experiment here. Benny will come up if I invite him. Let's see if Benny will come up so I can test this.
With the invite, it works.
I didn't. Yeah, Benny, do you know you're here?
No, I didn't. What's going on?
We're doing a test here because, like, I don't know if Deborah, you meant to request, but like, I can't accept you. So what we'll do is, if somebody requests, I'll just say, "Hey, drop down. I'll invite you." Like, stop.
Benny, what's your favorite Shakespeare quote?
What's that one? It's like to be.
We did that one already.
Oh. No, actually, I like for in the sleep of death, what dreams may come.
Oh yeah, so he obviously had a wet dream, and he's like cleaning his sheets, right?
Yeah.
Right, Joel?
Yeah.
I like the one that's like some people are great, and other people have greatness thrust inside them. Deborah, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. Romeo, oh Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo?
Yeah. Okay.
Refuse thy name and deny thy name.
Exactly. Hey, Mezzo, are you in timeout?
Yeah, and for about another 38 minutes.
Oh.
No, who's counting?
Did that have anything to do with your whiteboard?
No, it didn't.
You didn't get your name written on the board?
When I get the whiteboard, I mean, I do get flagged for it, but it just gives me a like, we're not putting you out to certain audiences.
Oh, what a shame.
Like Puritans, I think it says. So it kind of pulls me out of the algorithm. Is that how you say it? The algorithm
yes.
of children and other people who don't like disgusting things.
What a shame.
But it doesn't really seem to like hurt my stuff that much. I try to do them kind of near the end of the live because it does notice, like it'll be like, that is a penis, like very clearly, like it'll notice it. It's noticed a lot of dongs and boobs. Sometimes it noticed, which was kind of impressive.
Quill, thank you for sending out that subby. No, I'll give you a hint. I'm going to use code word, Deborah.
Right.
This is what it was. It was we were talking to a schmuslim.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
And
we were talking about
it.
someone who would like make a lot of money. Like they would maybe like, they put an investment in, they got a lot of like profit in return, right?
Uh-huh.
And you want more profit. The investment was in ham. Like it was a ham. It was like about ham education, which is kind of a weird, but it was like there was a profit and he wanted more ham ed, if that helps.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure it wasn't
thought
like
it was
splitting cheese or something?
No, it was about filing pedals. Filing pedals.
Yeah. When you get
There
a
was a
bike,
filing
and you're
cabinet
these
with
pedals
the
are too
flowers.
big, so you have to, you just some pedal filing, and
That's gonna get you
even more Hamid.
too close.
It wasn't like the
Bicycle pedal.
the Word document converted into a PDF.
I might have said
That's one of the
that
files.
the entire if you were gonna like Legion again, like if you did it once and you were gonna do it, I might have said that was
Recidivism?
the whole thing was dumb because of that.
Oh yeah.
I think
You
that's
said
what got-
the whole legion of
was dumb because they followed someone who files their flower petals. So yep, that
Gotcha.
might have been it. That might have been it. They sent me the clip. They do that now. They send you the clip, and I watched it back, and I was like, oh yeah, I would have also taken me down.
I mean, Mezzo sent me the clip, and I go, "What? You can't be honest anymore?"
Well, right. Haji just caught a 7-day on Dugald's for saying that since the dawn of history, Greek people have been non-hetero, and I guess that was it. It's being too general or something. I don't know.
Well, the weird thing about it is that I did the appeal, never got a response, which is weird. Normally they say no or sure, but I just got, we're still reviewing this. And then with this BBD's account, we were like really close to getting our 1K. So I was like, oh, we'll just hit that and then we'll go live. It'll be perfect. So Joel helped out. We got to 1K and then it was like, you got the message. Hey, you're all good. You can do everything now. I went, great. I went live. It won't let me take guests. There's a thing that says guest, multi-guest is restricted. So that's why we're doing this like triple loophole now where Joel hosts me in a backup account and he can't even accept guests. He has to invite them. Like everything's falling apart.
Yeah, TikTok's a nightmare.
Is it because you're on the BBD? Does that like transfer over to other
Curious
hosts?
about that. It shouldn't, because it doesn't for other people.
It's
I'm
like,
just curious.
you can't do this loophole because we see you.
I mean, it could be that they got wise to it, but like if I get bananaed, I go on my music comedy account. And that's worked in the past, but maybe this is the new age. Sorry, Deborah.
Well, there's something
I'm
you have to go
afraid
live
to ask
3 days.
what you're referring to when you say BBD. I'm
Big
afraid to
Beautiful
ask
Dicks.
though.
Yeah, it's
Or,
exactly.
sorry,
what
no,
you
sorry.
think.
We have a podcast. It's called
Big Beautiful.
no. The podcast is Bad Bible Debates.
The debates.
Bad Bible Debates.
Today.
Oh, I thought it was bad Bible dicks.
No. Because there's like too many.
Well,
There's
that would be
too many.
circumcision talk.
Yeah, there's
There's at
too
least
many bad
400.
because they got to fix all the dicks came out bad. They got to fix them all. So
Yeah.
no, we have debates. What we do, if you haven't seen it, Deborah, is we take our actual debates from here and then we clip them down. We get rid of like this stuff and we get rid of like, oh, thanks for the, Joel will be like, thanks for the galaxy and for the $50 on Cash App, and then I'll be like, hey, thanks for the rose and the 50 cents on Cash App. So we cut those out and just trim it down, and I have to take out like all of Joel's uhs and ums, and so it takes a long time. But luckily now we have an editor because we got picked up by a different
Swedish
podcast company.
conglomerate, Bjorn Fjongren Sorgen Shogun Junston. Have you heard of him? He bought
Puffy
Yeah.
Baby.
Aw. Meow meow.
Was that a mini Maine Coon? Jeez, that's a big cat.
She's really not. She looks bigger on camera.
Oh,
She's
you're
like-
just smaller?
I don't know. I think I'm maybe.
That's just a small guy. He's got
Do people not know that I'm like 4'3"? Is that not a?
I didn't know.
Oh yeah,
I didn't know.
she's a kitten.
You're just one of the dwarves.
I
Okay.
do want to say about the BBDs. I'm loving the debate moments when you guys you can't seem to ever match up. You're in the same location,
Yeah, we go there together.
No, we've.
Yeah.
I mean,
right?
Yeah.
is it?
Yeah,
what
we
do you mean
just
don't
like
match it?
we record. Just other things always seem to crop up, but yeah, we go to Sweden together every week to record our intros, just to
We
make
gotta
it
go tomorrow. Are we going tomorrow?
right because it's Monday, right? Is the when we have to drop it. So yeah, we got to go do that. We don't fly together. To be fair, I'll because Bjorn
It's expensive,
von Schwargenstein is actually has a private jet in Canada.
He said we can't use it.
Oh.
It's where?
Well, he flies me. We end up at the same airport, so it seems like I'm flying in from Canada, but I
thought he
I
said
am,
we
but
weren't- I thought he said we couldn't use it.
But you pay, right?
some of us can't use it. That's true.
That is some serious risk right there, Joel, though. I'm just
Joel, what's your out of pocket for that?
For what? For me being flown?
Yeah.
Well, it's
Mezzo's, I think, clocking last time I checked on his reimbursement, it was $400 or $500, but I could only reimburse about half of it.
It's like a $900 because you like. Never mind.
Okay,
I
Mezzo,
don't- we
where do
don't
you
have to-
live?
I'm in LA.
Are you U.S.?
Yeah.
Okay. Why are you taking the risk, Joel, to fly into the U.S.?
we don't go to we don't
No,
go
he
to the
doesn't come.
U.S. We go to Sweden.
So we got bought out by a Swedish. This is all explained in the episodes, but we got.
You
bought
should
out.
listen to the show, Deborah. We're in season 2. It's a little bit
Listen.
offensive.
It's the number
that you
one
haven't.
podcast on the charts.
Yeah.
Listen, the problem is I'm in the second month of a new kind of, I guess, relationship.
Oh,
And I've been single for 2 years, so I'm sorry I haven't watched
we
y'all.
have a few dating episodes, because it's just audio only. So if you kind of like light a fire, maybe a few candles, and just like put this on as like background music, it's pretty hot.
yeah. Like the way both of us
sure.
say, like, listen to this, Deborah, and see if it doesn't like make you want to fuck.
I mean, the music is awesome, though. I gotta say.
Have you listened to Mezzo has
It'll
great
be like,
music in the thing. PPDs. We say, and at that moment, you're just like, let's go. You know what I mean?
Let's go.
You won't make it through a whole episode. There's no way. There's no way.
All right.
Oh,
I have
you'll
a
make
date
it. You'll make
tomorrow
it like
night,
5 or
so
6 times.
I'll turn it on.
It'll turn you on. It's like just an amazing. It's such a sexy podcast. As
We
far
have
as
been
Christian
told.
debates go.
Many people have told us that like they like listening to it, but they have to listen to it in headphones because it's disgusting. And who was it? I think it was Selena said that she was listening to it like in a Chick-fil-A or something.
Oh, yeah.
Her headphone batteries died, and so it just started playing on a speaker, and she was like scrambling to turn it off because I really
Not safe for work.
really want to see those Chick-fil-A security tapes.
Well,
Someone
thank goodness I
scrambling.
have my own office and I can shut the door.
Yeah, get a Bose and pump up the volume.
All right. Well, I don't know how I got up here, guys, so I'm gonna leave.
You were a test.
I was a test. That's all I ever.
Yes.
Was. All right, guys.
Benny, you passed the test.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks,
Okay, go.
guys.
Go.
All right,
Okay, bye.
Fuck off.
Deborah, I'm going to drop you down too. Okay.
Fine, be that way.
All right. Bye bye. I've got AG Gervais. I see you in the guest request. I'm going to drop you from the guest request and invite you because my thing isn't working. Actually, you have to drop down so I can invite you because it's not letting me bring you up. This thing is see if you can do it.
Nope, I can't do it because I'm not on mine.
Oh, it was an accident. Darn it. Wait.
That's a J.
Or there was if there's any Christians.
Oh, is that Ricky's like brother or something? That's cool.
Ricky's Gervais's brother. If there's any Christians that want to come up, just like put a message in the chat so that I can invite you. Because for some reason the guest request thing is getting all silly.
Yeah.
So
also, it's on this setup where there's the panel. Do you want to? Is it that maybe something to do with it?
well, I don't know how else to do this. Like, can the host be small?
Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe that's why they can't.
Yeah, when I make you big, the host. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we can always see, like, I never remember how to.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It doesn't matter.
That's a different look.
We only have to do this for another 20 minutes or so, and we'll try it out. Yeah, it's all good. And, you know, I don't know, because I've been gone too, that always, like, the first night back after that is always a little sketchy. So we'll see if we get any guests tonight. But, you know, if not, we can maybe
that's
do some
true.
improv.
Yeah, we could do improv. Well, now it's like I like the idea that we could like try to figure out how to say something like as rude as possible without getting in trouble. Like, you know, we just like use code words and stuff like that.
Ew, Joel, I just got that. That was gross.
Just you wait.
Sick.
You wait.
Yeah, everyone tap on Joel's box. He's got the smaller box up here, and if you just kind of like push your finger onto that, up and down, in and out a bunch of times, it'll rise the live up, or it'll like arouse the live, I guess you could say. And this is what's this.
Well, I'm just like seeing if how this would change, but I don't want like. The thing is that if I shrink you, oh, that's weird. Is that we don't like that, do we?
I think it was better before.
Okay. Well, I still can't accept people. Andrew, if you are purposely wanting to be on the thingy, you're I don't care about that. I'm doing something here. Oh no!
Joel, is this what you do when I like leave for a little while? Like, do you fall apart like this?
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yep. It's not good.
Yep.
Okay, so I saw this Andrew person. I don't know if you're a Christian and you requested up. Let me know in the chat so that I can
Joel,
invite you.
Do you have any pets?
No.
Have you ever had a lizard? You seem like a guy who might like own
Well,
a.
I had a cat at one point.
Those aren't lizards.
No, they're like a furry lizard.
Oh, you kept it in a little tank though.
You don't keep them in a tank.
A terrarium.
Yeah, but what they do, Stella, thank you for the subscription. What they do is like this one had very sticky feet because I have like a lot of maple syrup everywhere. So it could actually crawl on the wall like a lizard.
Oh yeah. Can you do that? Like, is that just a Canadian thing where everyone can just like Spider-Man up the walls?
Yeah, we're always so sticky with the maple syrup that you can like basically get
Let's
anywhere
say
up,
maple
down,
syrup, etc.
Right. For me, it's a lot more of the etc. But like you want to see a bunch of Canadians up in a tree, like that. We can just like we can just sticky ourselves up a tree. Like cheers to goodbye is there in the chat. Sticky, just sticking. That's why it's hard to kind of like navigate some of these TikTok things. So my fingers are sticking to the screen.
Was your cat? That might be the problem with your whole phone. Maybe that's why our BBD's account is messed up, because it has it's half syrup. When you had a cat, what was its? Don't dox it, but what was its name?
Its name was Charlie Brown, and I also had Linus. Linus was a
human.
What's one of these stripy ones? But it's like kind of exotic.
Calico. Oh, tiger.
No, it's like a tiger. Yeah. Except it was a Bengal.
A Bengal tiger.
Bengal tiger cat, and then the other one. Yeah, it was. That's why I don't have anymore. And then the other one was a Himalayan monk. Very hairy. I thought it was going to be bald, but
they shave their heads.
No,
do
covered
they shave
in hair.
their heads.
They're either all bald for maybe the altitude because they're always up in mountains.
I think they shave them, which is kind of like are they sponsored by Bic? That'd be a great sponsorship for Bic razors to get like right on the orange suit to have a big like Bic logo.
Yeah, that would be smart. Just to be like sponsored by Bic, and that would help because I don't know if they do anything. Like they're the monks.
The monks or the razors.
The monks, the razors work. The razors like 100%. Like I can't show you, but like I've used them on myself and they work. I can't show you where.
And that could be the Bic like thing. It would be like we do the work, so you can do nothing, or something like that. We do it all, so you can do nothing.
Take your time with it. Meditate on how you shave your head, and
I could live in a like quiet temple. I think. What do you like? Where you are, is it quiet?
Yeah, it's. Some people have said, "Boy, it's so quiet here." I'm not joking. I've had people over. They go, "It's so quiet here, except for the screaming from your basement." And I'm like, "Well, that's the par for the course." You know what happens? Like, it's very quiet. Yeah, because it's just. I don't actually know how to describe, but there's like nothing.
So I went one time to the like out towards the Salton Sea, and people in California might know kind of where that is, but it's like you can look it up. It's like the biggest, flattest, like most desolate area in the United States. And to get there, you're going like way out into desert land. And I was going there for like a video shoot. We were going to a gypsum mine, and it was really cool. And then along the way, we were at this like long stretch, and for whatever reason, we had to pull over. And we pulled over. I think we were like changing drivers. And when we got out, there was no cars for like, we couldn't see any for like, you can see the road for miles and miles and miles and miles and miles. No cars, no wind, no animals. So when we opened the door and turned the car off, it was like if you ever put on like noise canceling headphones, it kind of like did that. And we were all looked at each other like, did we all just go deaf? And then we could hear each other so loud. Like we walked really far off and you could hear like I have a vivid memory of that silence. It's so bizarre. And I loved it. Like I really enjoyed being able to I wasn't there for too long. I feel like maybe you'd go crazy if it was that quiet all the time. But
That's really interesting. Well, hey, if anyone would be interested, one's in chat. If you guys want to hear how quiet it is outside, I can walk over there and
you can put the microphone out there?
Yeah, I'll just put the phone out and you guys can hear how quiet it is in my town. If you guys want. Okay, we got some ones there.
Oh, there's
All right. I'll just get up here and
so that's actually a little loud, the movement, Joel. I don't know if that's yeah. It's I know you're trying to show us the the quietness. It's just that you're
just gonna open
was that a tent? Do you live in a tent, Zipper?
That's the patio door.
Oh yeah.
But here, I'll just let you hear.
Sure, yeah.
My air conditioner's on. Maybe I should turn that off. Can you hear that?
Well, I have like my fan on, so I can't tell. Hey, chat, do you all have your air conditioners and stuff on? Wait,
everyone turn off.
What's the temperature there?
It's like a moderate. It's nice. It's good.
Should you be running your air conditioner? It seems like you're like using a lot of energy and making extra noise.
It's cold. It's hot. It's hot. Fromage. If you're in the guest request on purpose, please drop down so I can invite you back up. Fromage or
at Joel's house.
All right, I'm just gonna go back inside now.
Real-time temperature. So, Joel, I know you probably can't even hear me right now, but your house it's actually really loud. People don't. You guys haven't seen Joel's feet before. They are fucking duck feet. He has very, very flat, very, very flat feet. Hey, did you make it back?
Yep, just back on the couch.
Your downstairs neighbors must love you.
Let me just see here.
Neighbors, yeah.
Fromage Fromage requested up. If anyone is a Christian in the request, let me know that you mean to be there, and then. Oh my goodness, that took a lot out of me.
Yeah.
Just walking,
Did you go upstairs, or was that just a flat?
No, that was just walking across the floor to the...
What kind of floors? Do you have a hardwood?
Yep, always.
Yeah, that'll take it out of you.
Yeah, it's difficult to maintain that. If there's...
We have a sand here. It's exhausting. It's like all sand floors. It's just like really exhausting to walk around. It's like walking around in a volleyball pit, you know?
Oh my goodness, that sounds... You
don't have sand? Does anyone have sand in Canada?
Oh, there's sand around, but it's not really...
You might be thinking of snow.
Yeah, we have white...
Here, it's like warm snow. That sounds weird, but it's like warm snow.
We have like this very, what would you say? Like a cold white sand. Dipster, if you're a Christian, drop down so I can invite you up because my invite thing isn't working if you're there. Was there an actual argument that you had at some point about the temperature of sand, or am I imagining that? No, I had temperature of snow. It was snow. It was like when snow becomes snow, is it like an active choice by God? He could have made it any specific way he wanted, but he made it become snow. I should actually like. I'm just writing a little note. When snow. Okay, and you're talking about the rapper. Snow, no. That I can see what the mistake is. No, it's not a rapper. It's actually I'm talking about the white cold sand in Canada. A lot of people call it snow. There's 50 words for it in different languages because they have a lot of snow sand. Yeah, I think the dipster dipped. We have like 50 different words for hot down here. And you know what most of them are? Mezzo. I love that. That's a weird joke. most of those 50. 40 of them are just mezzo. Word. Oh, it's mezzo. Oh, you're so mezzo. It just depends on the context. Right? Yeah. You kind of say it a little differently. It's like, okay,
God, that's a dumb
Mezzo.
joke. Holy shit. that's a dumb joke.
Mezzo.
Let me write that one down and then say, don't use this joke.
Yeah,
Again?
just like make sure you never say that again.
Cut that one out. Okay. And then I'll delete that message to myself.
Just to be clear, if there are any Christians here who want to come up, let me know and I'll invite you. That's all that's working. But also, we only have to do this for another how long?
I think it was around 8:30, so 8 minutes.
So at this point, it doesn't make that much sense to start a conversation.
If anyone wants to run tag on me for a few hours, now's your time to request up. We have 8 minutes to do it. And just try and cram it all in as fast as you can.
No
Down
one is
there.
going to be. No one's going to be foolish enough to want to run tag with you right now in the middle of like when we're about to switch over to another live.
Joel,
Who
I
would
got
dare
some
to come
messages
up-
about Tog. Did you know
like,
that?
I sent you some messages about it. I keep
No,
telling
like
you that it's
in
good.
the, I know, no, in the, it was in your thing, in Joel Spank's.
One second. Horizon, can you please drop? Okay, let me see if Horizon wants to run tag.
I
or
love Jason
Tog.
Debateman's name. I don't know if you've seen that guy before. Jason Debateman.
That's funny.
It's such a great name. Yeah. I love that one. That was like one of the, every now and then the username really tickles you. It just gets you good. It's a good, like you have, 10 characters to do a joke. You got to be really like precise with it. When it works, it's great.
So you got these messages and people are just celebrating Tog.
Yeah, well, they were just like, "Can you write it out? Can you show me what it is?" And this guy,
Oh, I saw
Mad
that
Chrome,
one.
yeah, this is in
Yeah.
your in
channel.
the Deconstruction thing, and in Mad Chrome kind of like made some adjustments to it, and kind of made a few like editing choices to it. Terrible, like just ruined it completely. But no, it's good. It's actually really good. I'm realizing too, looking at it, that like some of it is superfluous. Is that the right word, Joel? When there's like extra?
Yeah, I guess like just like redundant or unnecessary.
I think more unnecessary, because like if P1 is that like logic is abstract, universal, and unchanging, it's really that it's unchanging is the thing. Like the other stuff doesn't really matter.
Oh yes.
But I also feel like when you're like doing this to someone for the first time, if you say all three, then they're not going to like fight it right away. They're just going to be like, that's what it is. And they can go back and fight it later once they realize which part of it you're keying into. But I don't know. It's kind of interesting. So yeah. Look,
Don't use tricks, Mezzo. You don't have to do that. It's strong enough where you don't have to play games. You can just go, the universe is unchanging. Is that what it is?
logic.
Oh, logic is unchanging. The universe changes, so logic can't be grounded in the universe, right?
It should be mind's process. P2 should be mind's process information. Processing involves change. And then basically the conclusion is that minds can't be unchanging. Or no, that would be P4. Minds can't be unchanging. Therefore, the conclusion is a mind cannot like ground logic. Whatever ground means.
Yeah, that people use that a lot.
Yeah.
Schley asked me to do something that like I didn't think anyone would ever ask, and that is to invite
Really?
Julian. Yeah, she said
what?
invite Julian. Where's Julian in my list here? I'm not seeing Julian.
Yeah, like we should at least have like Eli and Dog. What's that guy's name?
Dog's breakfast, yeah.
Yeah, Doghouse.
Doghouse.
Well, hey guys, look, I think I'll just go over to mine. Find me in 5 minutes. Does that sound all right, Joel? And I mean, go. What is it?
I'm just trying to just like get just one, Well, you just do it where like as soon as you end here, you cross over there. It'd be better just to like do the raid thing.
Don't even bring someone up then. Like let's just hang out.
We are hanging out. Like that's
But like for real, like let's start like a hangout.
huh? We just did that part.
No, we've been chatting, but like, let's make it official.
I don't know that we should, because then everyone's going to be like, this is a hangout live. Everyone's they're just hanging out in that live. And we don't want that. We specifically have had meetings where we said,
tell them like we can
do debates.
Let's just like, hey, everyone who wants to come up. Like, Joel, you and me, let's just do like a hangout for a few minutes.
Yeah, we can do that. The prophet, if you want to come up, just drop down so I can invite you up. I won't bother. I'll just like let him drop down.
Or just bring him up. We'll just hang out. I won't even debate him.
That's true.
That's fine.
If you're a Christian, the prophet, and you want to come up, drop down, and so that I can invite you up. Okay, he did that.
This, by the way, this harmonica that I got, I earned this in 7th grade.
Earned it?
Yep, I earned it from SWAFs, which is an acronym for something. Students who are good, like you win points throughout like the year, and then if you get enough points for being good, you just get to like get something from a basket or like something. And I got a harmonica, and I've kept it. Like I think it's the same one.
I feel like that's a good harmonica to win in a like little box.
This was a long time ago, but yeah, it was like a decent, they had like decent, it wasn't like dollar store prizes. It was like you did good for like the year. So, it's actually not that good of a gift. But in it, came along with it was just one little sheet of small paper that like said, here's how to play When the Saints Go Marching In. I learned it, never learned one other song, still know it.
Well, let's go. What key is it in? C?
I think it's just in C, yeah.
Gotta be.
And it has a like an airplane on it. I don't know if you'll be able to see that.
At the time when you got it, did you know you would be the musical genius that you are today? Like, did you have that?
I wasn't sure about that, but I was like, one day I'm gonna do debates on a phone. And we didn't know about cell phones yet, but I was like, I'm gonna call people. It is a Honer, yeah. It's a.
1 second.
Is that a B?
Okay. No, someone else.
Honer or Bone or something. Prophet, welcome in. What's your age and religion? Switched it on me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. All right, so you're a Christian, and I guess, what else would you be, right? You believe in God and stuff?
What else would I be? I could.
Like, did you choose to be a Christian, or you're kind of breaking up? Are you there? Were you raised Christian? Were you just like convinced by it, or why are you a Christian?
I was raised Christian, though.
Oh, okay.
I was raised Christian.
That probably had a lot to do with like why you became a Christian, right?
That doesn't mean, everybody's raised in a certain way.
Yeah.
Were you raised a Christian?
Yeah. That's why.
Are you a Christian?
No, but I was.
Are you? So you have free will? There you go.
So I don't think so. I think that I don't think free will is the right word for it. I think compatibilism is really interesting, and I find it very compelling. But if it's the case that there is a God, the God you believe in particular, then there ain't no way. Like, free will is just not even close to the right word for it, nor is compatibilism. It'd probably be more like divine determinism, something like that, right?
Well, if you're saying you're incompatible, and that's why you left, it's because you were incompatible, but you were a Christian. And then when you are a Christian, you didn't have free will. Like something's got to give. I don't know. Like you can't make both claims at the same time.
I'm not sure what that meant.
I think yeah, for sure. I think what Mezzo's saying is that God made him incompatible. So like he didn't have a choice to be compatible or not compatible. And so he's in Christianity, it's not compatible with him. So that seems like it's an infringement on free will, if that makes sense.
I see what you mean. So like, just like it's the case that if divine intervention happens at all, right? Like if two cars are going towards each other and God helps them like swerve a little or make some sort of sign that, makes them, turn so they don't hit, he helps them, right? And in the same way, he kind of crafts the whole world. And so all of the influences in my early life, including my parents indoctrinating me with Christianity, and including all of the stuff I read about not Christianity, and all the things I learned about like the other parts of the world. And as those things, like that data was input into my mind, then I, processed things a certain way just based off of how I was made. So if God was real, he kind of like programmed me to be an atheist, right? Or is that not right?
I mean, I see what you're saying, but somewhere down the line, what was compatible at one point switched to not being compatible with the information that you got.
So I think the word compatibilism might have messed up this conversation. Compatibilism is like a philosophical term that it has to do with like free will versus determinism. Those are like the two things that you hear. Like, do I have free will or is it determined? And there's also this kind of middle area called compatibilism where I don't know, it's kind of like a loophole. Like they're redefining what it means to have free will, or like what a choice really is. And so in doing so, they're able to say like,
the same way you could say that like we don't even know what, because if you say you have free will, but you have to be a human being and somehow process all the information that you get from birth and whatnot. So like there is always a degree of influence from
yeah.
birth. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
So what
that
you're
processing,
saying, like you don't have
can,
free will when you're birthed and you're gonna grow wings and you're gonna fly.
so
Right? You have
yeah,
to have
incompatibilism, that processing is what they call the free choice. Like they take like that process. So like if you imagine, I thought about it this way recently. Like if you pushed me down a hill, I'm processing this and I could like roll with it or I could try to stop. If you push a rock down the hill, it doesn't process it. So it just keeps going. Right. So it's not so much that I'm like some external soul of mine is making a divine choice. That's like this. That's like what real free will is. Like the religious free will. There's like a soul that's really making the choices. It's nonsense, right? But with compatibilism, it's like that processing is what they call the choice. It's really just the human mind processing all of its past memories and all of its past experiences and everything it knows and making predictions and then deciding based off of all that what it should do. But if you, including its biology, right? Like it's biology that it didn't choose plays a big role in that. But with Christianity, like if there's a God, then yeah, he like is part of the push down the hill. He's part of helping you, decide to stop or roll with it. God controls everything. He's the creator and the puppeteer of the universe.
You've never been free then. Even now,
there's not a God, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you've never been free because you always have influence. You always have influence, and free will doesn't exist even on a philosophical level because you've never been free.
Preach, brother. Yeah, I'm with you. All right. Well, I think that was a pretty good start, Joel. I should be able to go live now. Should I go try?
Yeah, that sounds good. Just so you know, Prophet, do you, so you agree now that there is no free will for Christians or non-Christians?
That's what he said. He's like, you've never been.
No, I'm just. It's my belief that what makes us say human beings have free will is not so much that we're pushing against a rock that's, rolling on us, and we're getting influenced by this like heavy rock, and that's not how I see free will. Free will for me is that um I'm trying to come up with an analogy where there is no influence on us, right? You have
Yeah, you can't do that because we are entirely influenced by our biology and all of our experiences. And God created us specifically and deliberately. So there's really no like mechanism by which we could have free will, not even to get into the perfect foreknowledge he has.
we have an idea what zero influence is, right? And
Oh, yeah, what's that?
whether it's scientifically or spiritually, this moment of Zen where you're like so autonomous of everything. I think that is not like a stretch to imagine that nothing in this can and does influence us. Like,
Well, everything does. Well, listen, Mezzo's going to move over to his account. He's going to go live there. Any Christian that's here that wants to talk to Mezzo, he's popping over to Mezzo_WS. So Mezzo_WS. Hang out there, Mez. You go over there, and then I will.
Joel, thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate you, Prophet. Come on over, find Mezzo, and we'll be over there. Okay. So, and sorry I had to leave. Like, it's 8:30, 8:40, and someone came and knocked on the door.
What?
Are we getting murdered? What is it?
Yeah.
are you
All right.
are you part of the riot? Maybe they're rioting.
All right. We'll see you.
No.
All right, we'll see you soon. All right, the Prophet, give me a follow, Mezzo_WS. We're going to raid Mezzo. He's going to start in like 1 minute, so we're just going to hang out here until he gets started. Then everybody leave this live and go directly into Mezzo_WS. That is Mezzo's thingy. So do that. Guitar Hero, this guy named Guitar Hero is in the thing saying he'd like to come up. Go over to Mezzo's live, and Mezzo will bring you up, and you guys can have a conversation there. I'll think, Schley, you're my favorite. Of course, I think I'm live Sunday or something like that, and yeah, who knows if I might pop on for a second on another day, probably not, but. Yeah, let's go over there. Let's raid Mezzo. Everybody, Joel raids Mezzo. Write down Joel raids Mezzo, and everyone follow me and raid Mezzo.
Are you there?
They all left. All right, this is weird. Like they're coming in and out. Inconspicuous George.
Hello, that's me.
Hey, sorry for the late start here. We are coming off of being in a little bit of trouble from TikTok, so I'm going to ask you in advance. Be a little bit careful with how. Hold on, Joel. You don't see the guest request? Joel, your thing is messed up. Sorry, my co-host and best friend. Sorry, not sorry. I didn't mean to say it in that order. My best friend and then later co-host. Sorry, John.
I don't know if you saw my message on Discord. I don't know. It was my fault. I had to just restart the app. Anyway, okay, moving on.
Okay, so what I was going to do is for George, if we can just be real careful with like the words we use here, because I did just get out of trouble. I don't want to get back in it.
Sure thing. That's right. I'm Scottish anyway, so TikTok's probably not going to be able to pick up on after things I say anyway, so that's fine.
Sure. Okay. In that case, like go nuts, man. Say whatever you want.
Smashing. Right, well, I'm just a bit confused. What do you mean by Christians don't have free will, lad?
Well, are you a Christian?
Aye.
Right. Well, yeah. If there's some all-powerful God who knows everything, that made everything, then that just means you can't have free will. It's kind of the entailment of being created by an all-knowing God.
What does it mean? That doesn't make any sense to me. What do you mean by that? What's free will, perhaps? Like, what do you mean?
Like the ability to make choices without any influence.
Oh, right. Okay, well, surely, like, if you don't have free will, there's got to be a couple of entailments of that, right? Like, can you ever punish anyone for anything? If you've got no free will, can you, like, convict someone of a crime or something? Or does that not really make sense?
I think you can, but it's not punishment as much as it is like correct their behavior. You know what I mean? Because if they don't have free will, and like let's say Joel does one of his, like, he does crimes sometimes. Like Joel does it, one of his classic crimes,
a break and enter or whatever, but never when someone's home.
No. Yeah, so he waits till like 8:30 and goes and knocks on their door, checks if they're home, and then comes in if they're not there. And then and so if he does that, and he doesn't really choose it, his history, his biology, all of these influences, if there's a God, he did it for sure. He like made a Joel do that. Then what we would do, the reason we would like give him a consequence is because as a society, we don't want him to keep doing it. So we make a new influence. His past influences all led him to do this. We don't want him to do it again, so we give a new influence that says, when you do this, bad things happen to you. Jail, right? And so now next time he's thinking about doing it, he goes, oh, I remember that judge said I was going to go to jail. That sucks. I'm not going to do it. I've been influenced against it this time. We try to overpower the other influences just so we can like enjoy society.
Well,
however, I will say what it brings up to you, I think, is a even worse conundrum, which is if there's a heaven and a hell and our choices are decided for us in advance, then God is making people just to send them to hell. That sucks.
well, no, you get to choose what you do, right? Like, you're created with free will, so you can decide what you do with your life. Like, if you want to do a break and enter, you jump in there, you take a shite in the middle of the kitchen or something. You don't even steal anything. You just make a mess or something. That's
How did
your
you
choice.
know Joel's favorite crime?
Have we talked before? I feel like maybe you just know.
Has Joel shit in your house?
Have I stumbled across your fetish there, Joe?
I wouldn't say it's a fetish. Like, I think it's more of a kink. Like, I think a fetish is something that you have to do.
Yeah, don't kink shit.
The kink is just like a nice thing that you do because you enjoy it a little bit. Yeah, it's like something I enjoy. But again,
we could get semantic if you like.
Huh?
We could get all semantic if you like. I mean, come on. So,
well, what are you, anti-semantic?
So Joel, we got to be really careful with the being grammar Yahtzees on this live. I don't want to get in trouble by TikTok again
It
here.
just sounded anti-Semitic.
I know, but just let's not get into it. So, George, what I'm saying is that if it is the case that there's a God and he knows the future, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I don't want to bog down this, but like, notice he didn't answer when I said that though. Like, this guy's an anti-semant.
I don't know if semant is the right word for it.
No, I'm serious. He didn't answer the question. So like why wouldn't you answer that, George?
All right.
No, I think semantics is important. I think semantics are important. All right, that's why I bring it up.
He's
All right.
into it.
Thanks for answering the question. Finally.
All right. Well, okay. So let's say there is a God, and God knows the future, and God knows with 100% godly certainty that Joel is going to go take a shit on your floor for his kink, right? For Joel's kink, not God's. So, can Joel now not do it? Can he surprise God and say and like go against God's like knowledge of the future? Or is it going to happen?
I suppose if you're ever going to take a shit on someone's floor, I suppose God knows about it. Yeah. What would that be called? A break, an enter, and shite. A B and A and S. A break and enter shite. Look, I suppose so. I suppose I've got to commit to that.
Yeah. So God knows Joel's going to do it. Can Joel choose otherwise?
Well, I mean, you could hold it a bit longer. Maybe wait till you get home. If you've already broken in and you're in their house.
You're not listening. If God has perfect knowledge that, and so he knows that I am in fact going to probably do a pretty solid stool on someone's floor, never loose. Like, I always make sure it's going to be a solid one, just in case I have to run out of there. I don't want to have to.
That's why I don't do it. I'm just not a solid guy.
Yeah, so I make sure that it's like going to always be solid. So I eat a lot of fiber and stuff. But so the and cheese, I just do this perfect mixture of fiber and cheese. Does that make sense?
Not really.
I think I'll follow
like it counteracts each other.
Well, they're going to like make the perfect log, and I don't like
ready on like a timing. It helps with the timing. Yeah.
Yeah. So when I am going in there, God knows, he has a perfect knowledge of whether or not I'm going to drop the deuce or if I'm not going to drop the deuce. Can I surprise him with a surprise deuce or surprise holding it?
Well, if he's all knowing, I suppose you can't, right? But could you not go to the toilet? You've already broken into their house. Can you not break into their toilet, perhaps? I don't know. What does the Bible say about?
Are you really a Christian?
I'm just a bit confused, to be honest.
I don't think he's. I think this is like a joke thing.
You've been reading Deuteronomy. That's quite funny. I like that. No, I'm just
Deuteronomy. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Yeah, no. This is. I feel like this character is.
This does. Sorry to interrupt. This does come up in Numbers too, actually.
Like
I get that. Number two. That's quite good.
All right. So, but the point of it is, George, who probably isn't a real Christian, the idea is that God knows in advance what Joel is going to do. Joel cannot choose to do otherwise. His choice is settled. It's one of the entailments of there being a being that knows the future. You can't change the future. Once there's an omniscient being, the future is settled because they know the future, right? Kind of
maybe it's not all knowing then. Like that, I've heard some of you atheists on here, banging on about how God's not actually all knowing after all.
1 second, George. Jim, are you a Christian?
Yes, I am, and I have a rebuttal to that. I'll make it real short.
We'll talk to you later, George.
Thanks,
all right. George wasn't real, obviously.
Yeah. So, Jim, just real quick, for the sake of TikTok and following good rules, please share your age with the audience here.
29.
Excellent. That's good. So, do you think that Christians do have free will?
Yes.
How does that work?
Well, the scenario that you propose, that God knows everything, and as a Christian, I believe that. You're not a Christian, correct?
No, I'm not. Not anymore.
Okay. So I'd appreciate if you don't even, I don't know why you want to talk about Christian theology and Christian principles when you don't even believe it. But anyway, back to what you were saying.
I can answer that if you want real quick.
No, I don't want to answer that. I'm just saying, okay. If I didn't believe in, I don't know, democracy, I wouldn't want to partake in that because that would be something that would bother me. But
you mean if you thought democracy was really like hurting society in some way, you wouldn't tell anybody? You'd just keep that to yourself?
Well, you don't believe in it, so why would you even be an expert on it? That's what I'm trying to understand.
I mean, I'm not an expert on democracy. I'm just saying,
right?
If you were like, hey, I'm Jim, I think democracy is bad for society, I'm not going to tell anybody? Or would you say, like, tell people, like, hey, I think we should stop doing democracy. It'd be better if we did something else?
Well, because it's just your opinion,
Right. Would you share your opinion or would you keep it a secret?
Well, is a difference of sharing your opinion, and for you, from what I understand, you used to be a Christian, and now you're not. So right. I don't know.
And my opinion is people shouldn't be, and that's why I'm doing this.
No, but you were once a Christian. Correct? Yep. Right, and you're no longer. So yes. I don't know what your agenda is for someone
I can tell. You can just ask.
You don't have to answer, but you do not have any. You don't have any credibility.
Well, I might. You haven't asked.
I don't have to ask because you totally changed. It's like me saying, like me going to a psychologist.
That wasn't Daniel Green. Was that last guy fucking Daniel?
Sure. If I went to a psychologist,
oh my God!
If I went to a psychologist,
hold on, Jim. Hold
on, I'm rattled.
He's really good at those accents.
No, I'm nobody.
Jim, calm down. We're talking about our friend Daniel.
We're talking about the last.
Well, anyway, I'm still on here. Someone say that you have no credibility because you're upset.
You're right.
No, I'll tell you. You're upset because something
Jim, hold on. What would give?
No, I'm going to just say my piece, please. I'm just going to say this real quick, please. That something happened to you so bad that you had to get out of the Christian faith. I'm sorry it happened to you, but for you to change your faith like that, something drastically happened to you, sir. I'm not here to pigeonhole it or anything, but now
you're spot on.
Now you're totally going against Christian principles for what? So you could prove your point.
Yes, that's right. Happened to me that influenced me to leave Christianity. I didn't choose it, right?
You want to warn people. Well, what happened when you were a Christian, sir?
Jim, you're yelling at me.
Well, because y'all kept interrupting me and everything. Okay, I'm just saying, for someone,
Jim, how long are you going to yell for?
I'm just going to, I talk loud. I'm sorry, because I have hard of hearing.
Turn it down.
I got hard of hearing. I can't help it.
You were talking normal before.
But I'm just saying this.
Don't lie about how you need to yell for that. You're yelling because you're angry.
Something drastically happened to you.
Do me a favor and quiet down. You got to pipe down, buddy. You're yelling at everybody. The audience here likes to have a relaxed conversation. Okay, I'm going to let you speak, but we're going to take turns.
Is corrupted, sir.
Okay, I'm going to let you speak and we're going to take turns speaking. Okay. So I'm going to give you some time to talk, and then I'm going to talk.
Something
okay.
happened to you.
So you're going to get one more minute.
You're like CNN News. You have no.
Yeah, we're going to give you 1 minute. Are you ready? When this is done, you have to be quiet. Do you agree? Be careful
to talk because you have no legitimacy.
Or I'm going to drop you.
No one believes you.
You have to agree to 1 minute, or I'm going to drop you.
It's okay. Oh, do what you want, bro. You have no credibility.
I want to talk to you.
You have no credibility because something bad had happened to you, and I'm sorry. Okay?
Do you want to know what it was?
I'm very sorry. No, I do not want to know, and I don't think TikTok wants to know either. This is not therapy.
What do you think TikTok wants to know?
Well, people don't want to hear your misaligned belief system because something happened to you, and now you're trying to.
Do you think they want to hear you yell at me? Is that what you think they want to hear?
Hey, no one's yelling. It's my normal talking voice. I'm sorry that you're so
when you
sensitive.
Came in, it was quieter. So you're lying.
Well, because you kept talking over me, and I'm going to make sure you hear me because it's very important.
Is it okay with you
have
if
to
we
live
both
with yourself, sir. There you go again. You have to live with yourself.
It's my
not
turn,
me,
Jim. You've been going
not
for a while.
TikTok.
It's my turn.
And I don't feel sorry for you, but being a
Yeah, we got to take turns. So, like, Jim, I'm going to give you a whole minute.
Christian,
I'm going to give you the minute, and then if you don't stop, I'm dropping you. Okay, here goes Jim.
Do what you want, bro. But being a Christian, you should know better about credibility and second chances and faith. You know nothing about that. You know why? Because you've given up on your faith for some reason. I'm sorry. You've given up on your faith, and you need to find out why. And please, maybe the Christian faith is not the perfect, way of belief, but I tell you what, you're going totally against it, and as a former Christian, that's what that's going to lead you down to. Okay? That's going to lead you down to a different path. You know what I'm talking about? It's your life, but believe me, do not pervert other people's feelings and thinking on this channel. That's what you're going to do with your TikTok channel. You're going to do that, and you're going to make people not believe or feeling like they're doing something wrong with their Christian faith because something happened to you, and now you feel like you have the right to pervert the teachings of Christianity. And that's fine, but you're going to be paying a price for that, sir.
Okay,
because as a former Christian, Christian,
Jim, now I'm going to respond, okay?
As a former Christian, you know better.
Jim, are you going to let me respond to this, or do you want to just bulldoze? If you want to have a conversation, you can come up here. That's fine. But if you just want to bulldoze and preach, then I don't think
because you're full of lies, sir.
Then leave, Jim. Go away.
Why don't you leave and why don't you go? Why don't you find out?
I can't leave the live. If I leave the live,
no, you need to leave this belief system because it's.
I did leave the belief system. The belief system was making me more like you. I hated it, obviously. Like you're pathetic and annoying. So like I didn't want that to happen.
Yeah, I talk like this because you don't like it because it's the darkness.
This is actually great for me because when Christians come up here and act ridiculous, it helps Christians want to leave Christianity.
I hope it makes you feel better. That is important. But let me tell you,
this is like
feeling better is not. It's not the panacea.
Why don't you tell me what's going to happen to me in hell?
Okay, hey, people take drugs to feel better. People
will Jim, I think I'm going to give you a follow because I'd like to have this conversation another time.
And you know what? I'll pray for you.
Yeah. So Jim, I think I'm going to drop you a follow real quick because I think that you've got a lot to offer. And
please,
like an interesting guy,
you know better.
Yeah, Jim, I think I'm going to drop you a follow because
you know better
right now, Jim.
Okay, you know better, and
would you do the prayer for me right now?
Is your ego that big, sir, that you have?
All right, I think we got to move on.
Nothing's going to happen with him.
It'd be great to be able to like have a conversation with him, but I think that we're just going to move on. Okay. Sorry, I really wanted to try to break through. Sometimes
you
people
try too hard.
Like
that guy wasn't going to go anywhere. I don't even like.
He's a piece of shit, obviously. Like he was like clearly like a dickhead piece of shit fuckface. But like sometimes you can like give them their time to rant. And then you just like, okay, now that you've done that, let's like start a conversation. But yeah, he was busy. Like he was clearly just like shirtless sweating and in the middle of 2 heart attacks. So that wasn't like necessarily like the best conversation to have. Sorry, I kept that on for too long, everybody. Ben, are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Are you under the age of 60?
Yes.
Okay, because I don't want to bring up more like boomers. Okay. Sorry about having to listen to that. Joel, sorry I spoke over you. I know that's against the rules here too.
That's fine.
That I forget. Okay, Ben did it.
Okay. Ben, welcome in. We're doing a little live here today. This is called Bad Bible Debates. Welcome in. You're our first really good guest of the night. Well, Daniel was actually pretty good. but here's the deal. You don't have free will.
So what is free will?
Just like you're not really making your own choices free of influence.
So do you believe like everything is like just another videotape? It's just a matter of play? Is that what you mean?
Everything's another videotape. It's just a matter of play.
Yeah, there's a matter of playing it out, kind of.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. I think now it's all digital, though, right?
Yeah, but like predestined, like anything you say, think, or do, it's already been planned out.
If there's a God, yeah.
Yeah, I think that because it's God, it'd have to be like an older technology, even like maybe 8-track. Like I know that's just audio, but like something we've already done, like in really old, like film. I think it's just like not a VHS though, like classic film projector.
That's interesting. Yeah, Ben. I mean, like if there's not a God, maybe there's free will. Maybe there's something that is kind of like free will. But if there's a God that like made everything and knows everything, there's just not. Does that make sense?
That doesn't. Honestly, I mean, just because someone or something exists, it doesn't affect my choices. If I say like I want to get me some vanilla ice cream, then I'll go for it.
Okay, so
that is my will.
Let's use it. So you
can do it freely.
You can get vanilla ice cream or not get vanilla ice cream. Let's say those are the two choices. Because if you get chocolate, you're still not getting vanilla. So like the clear like true or false is that you're going to either get vanilla ice cream or not get vanilla ice cream, right? Maybe you're going to go eat a bunch of like fucking worms. I don't know, but it's not vanilla ice cream, or it is vanilla ice cream. And when you're about to make that choice, God knows the future, right?
So knowing the future does not control my choices.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
So if you agree with that, then why are you saying there's no free will?
This is the very beginning of it. You got to go on a walk with me, all right?
Okay.
All right, so God knows the future, and he knows with 100% godly certainty that you're going to choose to get vanilla ice cream, right?
Yeah.
So can you surprise God and not get vanilla ice cream, or is that going to happen?
Well, how does that affect my choice to freely choose to get the vanilla ice cream?
Maybe it doesn't, but can you choose otherwise?
Of course.
So you can prove God wrong?
It's not proving God wrong with if I get vanilla ice cream or not. It's just simply a choice.
Right, so but he knew with 100% godly certainty you were going to get it, and then you didn't. So you surprised God. You made God incorrect about something. That's outstanding. That means God's not all-knowing. That's great. That solves the problem for you.
I think you're mixing free will, our capability of choosing freely versus God just simply being all-knowing. And no, you can't surprise him, but that is not going to take away our free will just because he knows everything.
He knows your choice.
So?
I'm confirming. Is that what you mean? It's still your choice, but he knows what it's going to be.
Yeah, but how does that affect it?
You can't choose otherwise, and he knows that. Because he already knows what it's going to be, but you're still the one making the choice. I'm with you. Like that, it's kind of weird. It lessens it a little bit that you can't choose otherwise because the future's settled. Like the entailment of omniscience is that the future's settled. That's just what it means. Okay. Now, as far as like who's really making the choice, now I want you to go back in time with me a little bit, and I'm not talking about like back to VHS days. I'm talking like just before film, when it was like the beginning of the universe and time and matter didn't exist yet. And God was mindfully floating in nothingness. And he thought to himself, I'm going to make a universe. And this universe is going to be just the way I'm foreseeing it. And he can, in that moment, foresee all possible universes that he could make, right?
Yeah.
He's all knowing. He can see how each one would play out. And then he sees two universes, and they're almost identical. Like of all the ones, he's narrowed it down to just these two. And he's like, which of these two universes am I going to make? And one of them is, they're exactly the same. Like they both have, Moses and then Jesus. And then they have like, he narrowed out the ones that like didn't have Christopher Columbus, and he chose the ones that do for some reason. But like, so and then there's some that like didn't have a Holocaust, but he chose the ones that do. We don't know why. But then the last two left. In one of them, they're identical, except in one of them you get vanilla, and in one of them you don't. And he makes the universe of the one that you're going to get vanilla in. That's the universe he creates. So who really chose for you?
Well, that's what you're wrong, because you think that God created our free will. He didn't create what I was going to do.
Oh, really? So he didn't know the future when he was making the universe?
Just because you know the future, say, for instance, if you know that somebody's loyal to you and they're going to do anything that you ask them to, and if you ask them to do something and they grant your request, doesn't make you to the point of, you have no free will because I asked you. No, they're just so loyal to you because of respect or whatever reason, and that's why that doesn't create this. It doesn't opt out they didn't have any free will because they were bound to, because the universe that was created was the one where they were going to say yes. No, infinite amount of universe could be created.
To be honest,
I'm responding exactly to what you're saying, because no matter how many different universes there are, God doesn't create. It is not our free will that he
was going to make.
He's not. It's not about the free will that he created.
Look, so like I know
he gave us free will, but he didn't create it.
Right? You're going back to like the Garden of Eden, right? Like that was the first choice that led to a free will problem, right?
That was an obedience problem.
That wasn't when we got free will.
Free will has always existed.
Okay, so free will predates God.
No, it's just something that has always been an option.
He made it with the universe. Like at the same time the universe started, free will was a component of it.
I mean, free will is kind of like, think of it like say time or space, or even nothing. Like God didn't create nothing, but it's just a choice. Like God chose to.
Let me think of free will.
Out of his free will, he chose to create everything.
Free will is nothing. Yeah, I get that. Real quick, I have to do a little bit of TikTok business. Slushy Baka, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate that very much. I didn't turn gifts off like I meant to, so you guys go nuts with gifts if you want. I will keep all the money for myself. I won't share any of it. I promise to like spend it frivolously on some bullshit that's only for me, and I won't give any to anyone else, especially my children. We told our kids that we're going to Disneyland today, by the way. We're going for their birthday in 2 weeks. Like we told them today was fun. And someone asked what the gift goal is. It's one universe, the TikTok universe. We're just trying to get one. So have you ever gotten that, Joel?
I don't believe I've gotten galaxies, but I don't know how many galaxies are in the universe. So I don't think I've gotten a full universe yet, but just a lot of different galaxies.
I've had like 4 galaxies total. So I think I'm getting close. I haven't looked up how many there are in a thing, but
Can I ask Ben a question? Ben, you know that phrase, that saying, blondes have more fun?
I guess. I'm not sure if I heard it, but...
This classic. Mezzo, you've heard that one, blondes have more fun.
Yeah, that's a Shakespeare?
Yeah, it's from Hamlet, where one of the characters was blonde, and they were having a lot of fun, and they said, blondeths, they doth haveth more fun. Well, I'm a brunette. I have brown hair. That's what a brunette is. And so what I'm wondering is, if God had created me blonde, and we know that blondes have more fun, do you think, just for fun, would I have had more fun if he had created me blonde?
Well, was that an actual fact that Shakespeare?
Let's just imagine that it's true that blondes have more fun. So I'm brunette. If God had created me blonde, it would make sense that I would have more fun, right?
Well, I don't care what scenario you want to create. If it's not in the Bible that says so, then the answer is going to be no.
Well, it's definitely not in the Bible that God eternally created free will and all that other stuff you were saying. So I think we can have a little bit of fun here and just like play along with the hypothetical. That's what we're doing. So let's just say in Nehemiah 14:12 it says, "And God said, blondes have more fun," and it's like a quote, Shakespeare. And so that's, just pretend that's true. Maybe if it helps. True. Maybe if it helps you, more fun to be, at least back then they like win more wars and stuff like that. So like now that that's true, if you're born a certain way, then you're, predisposed to be more that way, right?
And if that was an actual thing, and the blondes would have more fun, and if you were blonde, then the question would be, would you have more fun? Honestly, I don't know, because in this world,
all right, Ben,
let me
say you're busty, because busty's fun.
Busty is fun. Let's do this. So, do you remember? You've heard of the Levitical priesthood?
Yes.
Right. So, one of the rules with the Levitical priesthood is, if somebody has messed up balls, like crushed testicles or some sort of like issues with their balls, they can't be priests. Are you familiar with this?
Not entirely, no.
Leviticus.
I know there's a lot of laws that I can't.
Yeah, Leviticus 21. Okay, so this, I'm not making this up. This is in the Bible. So if somebody were born and they had perfectly good balls, they could become a priest. Now, if somebody was born and for some reason they had mangled balls, then they wouldn't be able to become the priest. So if God had created them with mangled balls, right? If he had knit them together in their mother's womb and he kind of nicked their balls with the knitting needle, they wouldn't be able to be priests, correct?
Man, I guess if that's what it says, I haven't looked it up.
That's what it says.
I haven't looked it up, so
you can read it. I'm being biblical right now.
Do you want me to read it, Ben?
Well, I don't know. A lot of people say they're biblical, but they don't know what the Bible says.
Should we read it, Ben, or can we just like?
Yes, read it.
It's 21. What? 21 like 20?
It's later on in the chapter, so like scroll down to like the last paragraph, and it's kind of like 2 lines or 3 lines in.
Okay, the blemish shall draw near one who is blind or lame, known as a broken hand, known as mutilated, deformed, or a hunchback, or a dwarf, or a man with a defect in his eyes, or an itching disease, or scabs, or crushed testicles. Okay, so this is it. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Aaron. No one of your offspring throughout their generations who has a blemish may approach to offer the food or his God, or the food of his God. Indeed, no one who has a blemish shall draw near, one who is blind or lame, or one who is mutilated or deformed, or one who has a broken foot or a broken hand, or a hunchback or a dwarf, or a man with a defect in his eyes, or an itching disease, or scabs, or crushed testicles." That's the balls part. Mm-hmm. No descendant of Aaron the priest who has a blemish shall come near to offer the Lord's offering by the fire, since he has a blemish. So then it says, he shall not come near the curtain or approach the altar because he has a blemish, that he may not profane my sanctuaries, for I am the Lord, I sanctify them. Okay, and so in order to become a priest, you have to like do this food offering. Is that kind of the deal?
Yeah, but it's more about like, you can't do that. You can't be a priest if you have these crushed testicles. So if someone's born, so the only people that can be priests are Levites. And
21 what?
21:19 is where the balls part is. So I mean, it doesn't explicitly say blondes have more fun, but like balls have more fun, or like
perfect balls.
Perfect balls have more fun.
Mm. So Ben, the question is, if someone is born, if a Levite who is in line to be a priest were to be born with messed up testicles, if a Levite who is born to be a priest, was going to be a priest, is born with messed up testicles, then they couldn't be a priest, correct?
Hold on, I was in the wrong book.
It's in the Bible, which I don't know if you're in. Some people sometimes get like a different book out. This is Bible. But look it up later. It says that go with it.
So Ben, the point is, I'll just say the point. If God were to make someone with crushed testicles at the point of creation, that would affect the outcome of their life. Just like if God made me blonde, I would have more fun. And he has the foresight to know that if he makes me blonde, I will have more fun.
No,
but
if
he
you're
still
blind,
chose
you can't be a priest.
Blonde. But
I thought you were doing a Canadian
I'm going back to the
accent.
fun one because who cares about the other? So if he made me brunette, so he chose to do that. So I've had less fun. So there's no free will there because he's making the decisions at the point of creation that are going to affect our life. Do you see that, Ben?
So you're creating a scenario that just is not going to work unless it was true, which isn't true.
Well, the Bible one was.
Your
the
argument.
balls one is. The balls one is, right?
No, it isn't. I'm reading it, and that's not what it says.
What does it says? What does yours say?
It's talking about approaching. It doesn't talk anything about being a.
What
being
chapter are you in? What chapter are you in?
You said chapter 21, right?
Of Leviticus?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it says. You can't like bring the food offering.
Yeah, it's talking about this is part is just talking about approaching, like getting close to it. It doesn't say anything about being a priest.
Close to what?
The altar.
Yeah. So all right. So it is about not being like the all of Leviticus 21 is all about what people can be and do and be a priest. But fine, we'll just say that the people that could get close to the altar had to have perfect balls, and the people who couldn't get close to the altar would have had crushed balls. So if God made somebody with crushed balls, that would affect their life because they couldn't get close to the altar, correct?
I'm still looking for balls, but I don't see
if you see 21:1, it says the Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the priests and say to them." Like this is a bunch of rules for priests and how priests can act, right? And part of that, being a priest, is being near the altar. That's your job. You run the altar. And so it's very much saying here, like, you can't do this job if you have these things because you're defiled. You also can't go near dead bodies or like have prostitute daughters, like, right? You have to be careful with widows and stuff, right? So there's all these rules, and one of them is in 19, the last two words in verse 19 say crushed testicles. That's the balls part. So if you have scabs or crushed testicles, or I assume like scabs on your crushed testicles.
21:19, you said?
Yeah.
That says broken foot or broken hand.
I'm sorry, 20. I'm sorry, keep going. It's 20. I didn't see the 20 there.
Hunchback, dwarf, or a man with a defect in his eye, or
keep going.
Eczema or scab, or is a eunuch?
Eunuch. Yeah, that's crushed balls. What version are you reading?
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay. Fine. Do eunuch then. So people who are born without penises, I guess.
Because that was like a choice also back then.
What version are you reading?
New King James, actually.
Oh, okay. That's why. Yeah, they changed that to eunuch. It really just says if you have crushed testicles. But fine, say you're born with like a defect in your eye, or you're born a hunchback. Can we do hunchback?
Either way.
Do people choose to be hunchbacks?
Well, I think that's just a process.
Now you're just being
no
dishonest.
One's born a hunchback that I know of.
Yeah, so that's just not like really true. Like no one chooses to be a hunchback. That's a genetic thing.
No, I would say that's more like, when you get older, I'd say.
What about a dwarf? What about like someone who has dwarfism? Are they born that way or do they choose it?
possibly choose. Born
Ben,
that way.
I'm going to move on to someone else because this is ridiculous.
He's a troll.
You got to be kidding me.
His accent.
You got to take context.
You choose dwarfism.
He's a loser.
You lying
You're
fuck.
a troll, Ben. We don't like trolls here. Fuck off.
That's crazy. You can drop down. Yeah, that's too much. That's ridiculous. People with balls have more fun than people with crushed testicles. Even if you choose it, it's not fun. But the choice that you made was influenced, right? Like someone told you being a eunuch is going to be great or something, and they lied to you, right? So whatever it is, that guy was just like, that happens when they see the point coming and it like is going to fuck up their worldview, and so they have to just like.
I don't even know. Like, I feel like he was changing his accent. Like, I don't trust that. I feel like that guy was just
another Daniel.
No, because Daniel's lovely. That guy was just an idiot. Like, no good.
Yeah, Daniel was fun. Patch, welcome in. God, I always do that, Joel. I always say their name and then I do a big, I hate it. How do I fix that?
I actually think it's really charming.
It's a radio voice.
Oh, wait.
Let me try it again. Patch, welcome in.
Charming.
There you go. It's a radio voice.
How old are you? And please also share your religion in the same sentence.
Late 40s. Religion, I believe in a creator. I've had profound proof to my life that God exists. But I really want to pick up on your topic here, because you could have these rules in Leviticus, but it doesn't go on to say that everyone followed them, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so that's free will.
Were you, so you're new here. So yeah, the background is about how Christians don't have free will. Is the creator that you believe in all-knowing?
No, I'm picking up on the topic that you just dropped.
Yeah, so we're going to start. Well,
which basically says you can't participate
because we record this for a podcast. I have to start a new one, right? So we'll start a new one, and then you can be like, hey, I have some questions about like I'll say Christians don't have free will, and you'd be like, that's a really interesting point. Hey, I've read this thing in Leviticus, like you would say that where it says this. Don't you think they chose that? And then we can get to it from there. But if we just like take off from the last guy, then it's not going to make sense in the podcast. So let's just come back into it. Patch, welcome in. I'm up here letting people know that Christians don't have free will. Are you a Christian? Did he not get it?
No, I think he was like, I'll leave the app. I'll show them.
He's still here.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna go nowhere. This Alricity was waiting for a while, and
I guess just bring them up. I mean, but when we just have to like start a new one, because if in the podcast it's like, hey, I was listening to the last guy, but then like that wasn't the last guy. It's going to be like so confusing. So oh fuck, you know what I also just realized, just for the podcast,
top of the hour,
alacrity, we'll get right back to you here. Joel,
that's right, folks. It is the top of the hour. We are live with BBDs. That's right, Bad Bible Debates. We're here with Mezzo Debates live on the talk, and I'm JRB, one of your best friends, and we've got Alacrity in the hot seat. We're talking about free will tonight. Take it away, Mez. Wait, top of the hour, 12:24.
Perfect.
Forgot to say the time.
Yeah. Hell yeah. In fact, dare I say, fuck yeah. We are back here, and in the hot seat tonight is Alacrity on the BBD's podcast featuring Mezzo and Joel. Alacrity, can you share your age and religion?
I'm in my 20s and I'm Christian.
Perfect. Glad to have you here. I hope you're doing well. The only problem is that Christians don't have free will. Does that bum you out?
I don't necessarily believe that.
Oh, that's interesting. How do you expect that you might have free will if there's a God in charge of everything?
Well, I guess it depends on how you define free will.
Sure, let's look it up. Define free will. The power of acting without the constraint of necessity or fate. The ability to act at one's own discretion. So the idea is that you're making a choice, and it's really you making it. Like it's alacrity making it. It's the you-ness of you making it, and not the like previous influences or the some thing that might happen in the future that's influencing your choice. Does that make sense?
That's a pretty radical definition of free will, but sure.
What's yours? We can do yours. Maybe you do have free will.
Libertarian free will.
Oh, does that just mean like you can fly and shit?
That would be more like free ability.
Okay. So how does libertarian free will work out? What does that mean?
Specifically, the ability to have the faculty or volition to make decisions. That's just how it's described. The ability to decide between multiple decisions, essentially, or outcomes.
It's not like uninfluenced?
It can be influenced. It's because basically it's defined as the faculty of choice.
Right. So if I hold a knife to your neck and I say, hey, you have two things in front of you. You have apples and oranges. Take the apple, or I'm going to pull on this knife really fast. And then you choose the apple, right? Does that mean you chose the apple? Is that a free will choice?
You essentially coerce the individual's ability to choose, so it would still be a free will decision because they can possibly choose otherwise.
Feels like coercion. Like there's a pretty heavy factor influencing you to choose the apple. And and so I don't know if that like really like that level of consequence seems a little bit. At some point, it's like you're gonna pick the thing whether you want it or not.
Well, how free will is defined as the ability to choose the contrary. Basically, even if the outcome is not one that's desirable for, say, my state of being, if I have the ability to choose otherwise, right? Then it's still a free will decision.
Then let's ditch the weapon, and instead I'm a psychic, right? So I know the future, and I just know with 100% certainty that you're going to pick an orange, and I'm correct. Can you pick the apple still?
Yeah, of course, because your knowledge is not...
That's a contradiction. You have a 100% chance of picking the orange, and you pick the apple. That's
impossible. What caused me picking up the apple? The knowledge of, or the volition within?
What I'm saying is, do you see how you just like said a contradiction?
So I've heard that before, and it's technically not a contradiction.
It's 100% true that you're going to pick orange. You didn't pick orange. That's a contradiction.
That's fatalism, but that's still doesn't necessarily remove free will.
Is it a contradiction or not?
Do you know what fatalism is?
No. Is it contradictory?
It's not contradictory to free will, because if...
I'm not saying it's a contradiction to free will. I'm just saying it's like a logical contradiction. You both chose the orange. You both will choose the orange in the future and will not choose the orange in the future. That's a like impossibility.
So to break it down and to make it concise, if we define free will as the faculty of choice, then my actions are contingent on my will. If they're contingent on your knowledge, then it's not free will. Basically, your knowledge of what I'm going to do is contingent on my will. If it's contingent on my will, then it's not what caused it. Because
I'm not saying it caused it. I'm saying the entailment is once the future is known, it's settled.
What Mezzo is saying is that you don't have another choice because the person has perfect knowledge. So you will only and can only choose one. What you have presented before you are more than one option. Like, so you have many options, but you only have one possible choice because of the perfect 100% knowledge.
Just because the future is known. If the future is unknown, then yeah, maybe you have choice.
So, for realistically, this is where a lot of people have an issue with understanding causation. Is the knowledge of what I do what causes me to do it, or is what I do cause the knowledge?
The knowledge of the future. If you have knowledge of everything in the past, then I might have a good idea. I'd be like, this guy's allergic to oranges. I know what he's going to do. But like, I don't have 100% certainty. Once you have knowledge of the future, that means it's locked in. It is known what's going to happen. It is going to happen. There are no other options. So you chose the one option. Now, if you're making a choice between one option, it's not really a choice, right?
So this is, again, I've heard people describe it like this, but there's a fundamental misunderstanding. If I make a different decision, for example, does the foreknowledge change?
No, it just means a contradiction happened and the universe explodes.
Okay, this is what I'm trying to say. Imagine there's multiple possible worlds. One where I choose to do an action, and one where I don't choose to do an action.
Yeah.
If you have foreknowledge of both events, what changed within those two?
Yeah, and I know with 100% certainty that in this world, you'll pick the apple. That's how certain. That's perfect knowledge. I know that in the other world you won't pick it, and I know that in this world you will pick it. And then in this world you don't pick it. Now there's a contradiction. The future is settled once someone knows the future.
All right, how about this to tease out the nuance a little bit more? If I know that the sun's going to rise up tomorrow in the morning, did I cause it to rise?
No, but you don't have perfect knowledge that it will.
I don't. Well, see, the thing is that you're inferring perfect knowledge somehow causes me to do things. Here's an example how
I'm a perfect psychic. It doesn't cause you, it just eliminates the other options. There's no other choices.
Let me ask you this question, see if, like, because I think your definition is where it's kind of failing. So if I were to create a robot and program it with some sort of algorithm, so I didn't necessarily know which thing it would do necessarily, right? And I put two pieces of fruit in front of it, and it chose the green apple over the red apple. Does my robot have free will?
Sorry, can you explain that again?
I create a robot. I create a robot, and I program it with some sort of complicated algorithm to make choices. And I don't know exactly.
Is this a true story?
Of course. I don't know exactly what it's going to do. It's a very complicated algorithm. It's like an AI. And I put two apples in front of it, an orange, a green and a red one, and it chooses the green one. Did it make a free will choice?
So the analogy falls apart when you say you program with an algorithm. Basically, what's causing the choices is the algorithm, therefore not a free decision. It's something that's prior to its decision making. The statement is that
no, but you said that influences don't matter. We asked you that. We said, what about if there's influences? You said influences don't matter. My algorithm is just an influence.
Sorry, real quick, Alacrity, is there any way you can go inside?
Oh, can you hear that?
Yeah, it's just like it's getting louder is all. Is there a train coming towards you?
There's like a helicopter here.
Are you in it?
Nope.
That's better.
Yeah, my bad.
Okay, here's how I want to try it. Let me know when you're ready.
Sure.
Okay. I have a quarter and a guitar pick. And just for fun, actually just like choose one. Like use free will and make your choice.
Green pick, because I've seen you play before.
Okay, cool. So you're influenced a little bit, yeah. But, okay, so I didn't know the future, so cool. I didn't know which one you were really going to pick. But let's do it one more time. Now, I know with 100% certainty which one you're going to choose, and you're going to choose the green one. So this other one isn't going to happen. So now, what's your choice? The guitar pick?
Sure.
Okay. So did you choose the guitar pick?
Yeah.
Is it a choice when you only have one option?
So think of it, yeah, well, if I'm the one that's picking, essentially, and I'm not pick. So basically, let me give an example. The way this analogy would work out is if I knew what you knew and made decisions based upon what you knew, but I don't know what you know. That's another way of putting it, because we're talking about
I understand that. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah, it feels like a choice to me, but if there's only one option, you're not really choosing. You're not picking between things. It feels like you're going to, and then you just do the thing that you were going to do no matter what. Now, here's what I'd like to do also, just because I like taking it back to the beginning of time, is at the beginning of time, God's making the universe. There's no matter, there's no space, there's no time, there's no anything yet. It's just only God. And he makes the universe, and he starts with, stars and shit. But before he does that, he can see all possible worlds. Remember earlier we were saying, like, there's one world where you pick the apple and one world where you pick the orange, right? So he sees both of those worlds and all of the other worlds, right? All of the infinite other types of universes. There's some where it's like, instead of humans, it's crows. Crows are like the main species that take over Earth. There's one without Earth. And then there's one where it's like everything's the same except like, Gandhi's just born purple, right? Or some weird genetic mutation. He's purple. And then everything else is the same except for what happens after that, right? And then there's two left, and he's narrowing it down. He's choosing which universe he wants to make. And there's one universe that's exactly the same in every way as the other universe, except for the one little small distinction, which is that in one you pick an apple and in one you pick an orange. Every other thing is exactly the same in all of them. And then he decides which of those two universes to create. And he knows which one it's going to be. He knows the one where you choose the apple is the one he's picking, and he picks that universe. He chooses it, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Kind of fucked up, right? He could have made any other universe. He knows the one where you pick the orange, and he picks the one where you pick the apple.
I've actually heard this before. This is, I think, related to something I heard Graham Oppie say or something like that.
Oh, really? Yeah, he was in here. I do a drawing that's related to that. And then I think after I showed him the drawing, he wrote about it a little bit. But I haven't read the writing about it. I should look that up.
Yeah, Graham Oppie, the analytical philosopher, right?
Yeah.
So this is more of a thought experiment, and I can see actually you explaining it now, because when I first heard it, I'm like, that's not determined. But then you said, oh, if it's a between choices and he actualizes that specific world, knowing that I would do this, then that somehow removes free will.
It's interesting, right?
Yeah, no, I can see it's a persuasive
normally
argument.
I draw it, just to be clear, normally I draw it out, but I have all these instances where this is for you, Joel, too. I have all these great times where I draw it, and then I can't put them in the podcast because you can't hear. You just hear me pointing to a whiteboard. So I wanted to get like a few clean versions of me saying it just to put in there better, because it's a really interesting point. Like, I didn't realize it was like Graham Oppie's whole thing. I know he was taking notes when we were talking about it, but
I think it's Graham Oppie. Just to be fair, I heard it from someone else. Yeah,
he was up here in a lot months ago, so that makes cool. Perfect sense. Yeah.
So basically, the only thing that I can say to you actually helped me understand that. By the way, thank you. I can see how it's a persuasive argument. The problem is that a lot of, from what I understand, it's a thought experiment to tease out how there is no technical free will if God chooses to actualize a particular world. But the problem is it assumes he creates like that with multiple worlds and then happens to choose one. From what I understand, and this, I'm gonna have to go soon because I have to go back to class. From what I understand, the Christian doctrine is that the way that God creates is based upon his logos, and his logos is consider it like divine conceptualism. All the concepts that we see in the world are contained in the divine mind. And what we see in the world is instantiations of those. And once you have an instantiation of those concepts, then the world looks the way it's supposed to. And there's only one possible world, and it's this one.
Right. Well, then that's all the can't be free will. Yeah, if we're just playing with God's Legos, then that's all there is to it, and there can't be any other option. Then that's pure determinism. Absolutely.
Yeah, even God is determined under that view.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. If he chooses to create the world in a specific way, it could have alterations. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
No, because you're saying that this is the only possible world that God created via his nature, and it's his nature to create it in this way. He can't do it any different.
It means he couldn't have made a universe where you pick the orange.
No. What I'm saying, upon the act of creation, the world is a certain way. That's all I'm saying. Before creation, you're saying that there's some act of deliberation.
Is it not the case that he knows all possible worlds? Like
upon creation,
this is just another entailment of omniscience, right? It's just like I don't think a being that knows everything is real. It doesn't make fucking sense to me. So like for me, it's like not an issue. But for Christianity, it's like someone knows everything. There's all these like entailments that come out of that. One of them is that you don't have options of what you choose. It feels like you do, but you don't. And the other thing is that God knows everything. He knows all possible worlds. He knows how to create all possible worlds. He knows like what different like atom he needs to make it go first in the Big Bang in order for this world, the orange world or the apple world to come out. He does know it. It's not necessarily the case that he sits there and goes, let's do the apple one, but he knows both of them and he picks this one. He knows the one that has a Holocaust and one that doesn't, and he picked this one, right? Like these are like parts of the thing that he knows in advance.
You're right. So the argument that I'm trying to, and by the way, I do gotta go soon. I understand what you're saying, that I can't tease that all the nuances out. From what I understand, the idea that God had to choose between multiple worlds is a misnomer. It's misunderstanding how God creates versus how he acts in the world. It's two different things. And in any act of trying to tie some sort of necessity to creation and say it couldn't have been any other way is you, and I'm just going to boil it down.
That's
I can't get into the nuance. Huh?
That's what you said. You said this is the only possible universe, so there couldn't be another
once
one.
Once it's created.
But that's interesting. So God is not omniscient until he creates. So everything is up in the air until
he rolled the dice. Yeah.
No, see, this is the problem because if you define it any other way, you're adding necessity onto God, and I agree with you on that. The way that it works is that upon creation, he does have exhaustive knowledge of everything that can happen, and he can influence that, right? It's not a dice roll per se, but it's more like he created a world with secondary causation, knowing what will happen, but ultimately works it into
made a universe. This is gonna be weird.
The thing is that like if he like it's like how God creates. So like if he creates everything specifically and deliberately from scratch, which I would assume he does, because what Mezzo is showing there is like if he blindfolds himself and accidentally puts things together and hopes he gets it right. Like it seems so silly to not imagine an all-powerful, all-knowing creator just like haphazardly throwing something together and not knowing what he's doing. Like that's what you're kind of trying to describe, maybe.
I can see how you're thinking that, but that's coming off of not in light of what I said before. Is that the world's think of it like this: the world is a reflection of him, right? So it functions like him in a certain way. If that's the case, there's only really,
even the bad
basic.
stuff.
Well, if you try to basically, sorry, 1 second.
It's all right. Hey, I know you got to go. I don't want to like hold you here longer than you have to. Like we can pick this up another time.
This is a good conversation.
It sounds like we have like 7 more hours of this to go, and so and you've been really cool. I had a good time talking with you. So why don't you just like come back another night or something? All right.
Yeah, for sure. The only thing I can say is that there's lots of nuances to tease out specifically what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But if anything, so it was nice.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, thanks, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has to get to work. That was a loud, very loud car.
He said to class. I'm like, what time zone are you in?
He has to get to class and he has to like drive a monster truck. Oh, maybe he's in monster truck class.
That makes sense. That'd be a nighttime thing. All the big lights.
Yeah, you got to practice in the stadium so you can see the fire and effects. Because if you do that in the daytime, you're not going to get the full experience.
But it's such a funny, like, bobbin weaving, moving around, trying to like adjust for just the obvious entailments of this thing.
You get tangled up. Yeah, that and I think he did a good job of being like, well, yeah, but then that's the only world there could be, because that does like solve one of the problems, and just like a monster truck of other problems land on you. Joel, did you notice how I did that little, like, that was a really quick?
I love that callback.
Maybe I should wait a little longer. I'll do monster truck later.
No, because then then you're editing it and you're like, why did I say that monster truck?
I don't put this shit in. This stuff is boring. No one likes when we talk. They just want to hear the guest like do a
muting up.
Oh man, what a fun night. What a joyful night it's been. We've got the Bad Bible Debates crew. Oh, hold on real quick, and I'm going to talk to Connor. So Guitar Friend, I see that you're saying you want to come up. I think if you just push the button, you should be able to jump up. And
doing a joke. I've invited him 7 times, so just ignore him.
All right. Well, hey, look. If you're a friend to a guitar, you're a friend of mine. Mind? Fuck.
Fiend. Like if you're a fiend to a guitar, you're a fiend to mine.
A fiend of yours is a fiend of mine. Conan O'Brien, welcome in. Honor to have you here. Big fan. What's your age and religion? Catholic?
Nah, hi there. Yeah, my name's Connor. I'm 22 and I'm Christian.
Oh. Okay. Well, the bummer about being a Christian, I guess you probably heard, is that you don't have free will. Did you want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, sure. I mean, honestly, I believe that we have free will, but there's even, I would say, persuasive arguments within the Christian doctrine that would even agree with the fact that we don't have free will, very prominent in, say, Calvinism, which I find them to be persuasive arguments, but I still would say that we do have free will, just because I think if we don't have free will, then that makes God the author of evil, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, like, if someone is born blind, their life is going to be different than if they're not, right? So if God makes someone born blind, then that guy's life is different. It sets them on a course that is
sure,
that is
but
like
God wouldn't make someone born blind, though. I wouldn't say.
Oh, I mean, that's just like a biblical thing. He says he does.
I would think that, it would seem like the defaults or like issues with like your human body or something would be a result of the fall and not a result of an imperfect creator, if that makes sense. I don't know. Sorry, I don't want to change the topic on you. Sorry.
Yeah, no, and I like that's not the point either. Like I get it, but just in Exodus, the Lord says, "Who gives speech to mortals? Who makes them mute or deaf, seeing or blind? Is it not I, the Lord?" So, like, I don't know if you like believe in the Bible or anything, but in the Bible, God is saying that I'm the one who does this. I'm the one who makes people like able to see or not. So, I can use a different example if that one's too. Like if you don't believe that one, maybe.
No, can you repeat the passage again?
Sure. It's Exodus 4:11. The Lord says to him, "Who gives speech to mortals? Who makes them mute or deaf, seeing or blind? Is it not I, the Lord?"
Yeah, just because I'm not 100% sure of the context off the top of my head, but do you know the context of that passage?
Yeah, he's talking about like Moses and his miraculous powers. Moses is like he's making this plan with God, like how are we gonna go get Pharaoh's slaves and get them out of there? And God's like, you're gonna go in there, you're gonna throw your staff on the ground, I'm gonna turn your stick into a snake. And Moses is like, my stick, like you're going to turn my dick into a snake? He's like, no, your staff, like your walking staff, not your dick, like the staff. We're going to do a snake thing. Remember, like from the garden, like that kind of snake. And Moses is like, okay, cool. But I'm really nervous because when I speak to Pharaoh, I kind of like, I stutter, right? He says, I've never been eloquent. I'm slow of speech and slow of tongue. I don't know if that means he stutters, I guess. It might just mean that he kind of, he's a Phil bro, kind of. He's like, but Pharaoh, like, what about the contingencies? And he's like, that's not going to work. They're like, it's going to take too long. And send someone else. he says, and then God gets fucking pissed, like so angry, because he does that a lot. But in this conversation, during where they're like arguing about this, God is like, I can make you speak good. Right? Like I can make people, I'm the one who make people speak or not speak or be visible, like be able to see or be blind. I can change that. I'm fucking God. I can do anything. I'll fix it. Don't worry about it. I do this all the time. Every time someone's born, I do this. So he made Moses born slow of speech, but is saying I can fix it for you. They end up going, I think they end up going with Aaron, don't they, Joel? Or what do they end up?
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Aaron like speaks for him essentially, yeah.
So weird.
It's kind of funny. Aaron just
God's like, I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix it. Fuck it. Fine. Go with Aaron. yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but that's the kind of context of where God is like claiming to be the person who makes people blind or not. So, and he's not saying it's like because of the fall I do this. Maybe that's what he meant. Since the fall, now I make people blind or not blind. That could be it.
Yeah, that's honestly, yeah, probably where even my view might even be a little flawed there. But yeah, I would say that, as a result of the fall, and even that passage clarifies some, I would say that pre-fall, nobody would have been born with those issues, so to speak.
Yeah, like
post-fall,
Adam and Eve were not blind, but after that, some people were. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Just as an aside, Connor, I have a link in my bio to my YouTube. I just posted a video specifically about this and debunked that doctrine entirely. So check it out. Yeah, about disease not being caused by the fall and that not being biblical and just that being a made-up thing.
I would say,
wait, you mean
Joel? I don't know if you would like
sorry,
this or not, but I'll just, for everyone in the chat too, maybe like, do you want me to tell them to check it out?
Yeah, like if anyone would want to check it out, I mean, the link is in the bio, and this is a very common Christian apologetic in order to deal with the problem of suffering, but it just isn't biblical. And I got to be honest with you, I don't even get into who made it up or those verses that say that God causes diseases, but I just show that it's not found in Genesis or the other places people think.
It was made up by Aquatic.
Yeah, Saint. Not if you're thinking August, Saint Augustine.
Oh, I was thinking of Thomas Aquatics.
Yeah, no, Thomas Aquatics did a bunch of other stuff, but it was Augustine.
Okay. All right. Well, everyone, leave this live. Go watch that video and check that out, and then like come back if you watch it and you're like, oh, I can rip this apart. Come on back and hop up in the request and fight Joel about it. I don't know how long Joel's going to be here. I think he has to work in the morning. He probably won't be up super late.
That's right. But we're talking about free will. So where were we in this free will?
It's a bit of an aside, yeah, for sure. But I mean, we can use anything. Like if someone is born, British, that's like about like similarly as bad as like being blind or something, or like it like leads you down a path of a certain lifestyle that like, whether you're proud of it or like it's part of your ancestry, or like you like feel like you're overcoming it the way that like some people are, they embrace their blindness, like they're not their disability, but it is a part of their identity. And I think that's how some British people feel. They're like, this is bad, but it's part of like who I am. And so they embrace it in that way. But you're going to have certain like things about you, right? Like you're going to speak a certain way. You're going to be influenced by certain things. You might want to eat like bangers and mash or something, Does that make sense? So far?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, so all these influences lead you down a certain path, right? So this is like part of the case where if you're just born like that and then we're starting from scratch and there's no God and we just like figuring it out as we go, maybe you could say that we kind of like rolled the dice and we showed up here and now we're like making choices or something. But if there's a God behind it all, it doesn't make sense because he made you British. Or I don't know, Connor, what are you?
I'm American.
Okay, he made you American, right? He was like, this guy's going to love freedom and trucks, monster trucks.
Absolutely.
So he made you that way. Like the reason you like monster trucks is because God made you American, right? You didn't choose monster trucks. It's just like part of your background. Like it was pre-written for you.
I don't know. I think that fundamentally, as far as free will, I'm assuming that's kind of where we're redirected back to, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're kind of getting at. Yeah. I don't think that foreknowledge equals causation. Like I saw the analogy you're doing with the pick and the quarter, and I don't know. Like I think that in the scriptures we see that, like John 3:16, for God so loved the world that whoever, he gave his only son, that whosoever believes in him. It doesn't say that whosoever I have predetermined based on my foreknowledge. I think that foreknowledge does not equal.
It also doesn't say whosoever chooses. It doesn't say whoever chooses. It says whoever believes, and as everyone knows, belief isn't a choice. So that wouldn't be about free will at all.
Belief isn't a choice?
Right. That's correct.
Yeah, like if you believe something, it's because you're convinced of it. It's obviously not something you've actively chosen.
So I can't choose to believe that something is true?
Choose to believe that you're not on this live right now.
I'm sorry, what?
Choose to believe that you're not having this conversation with us right now.
Oh, I see what you're saying. But at the same time, I chose to hop on this live, though, right?
Yeah, that's not a belief. That's
an action. That's like the thing that already happened.
Oh, I got you.
Choose to believe I'm a frog.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, you don't choose your belief. So John 3:16 doesn't factor into this at all. But like Mezzo was talking about, like God made you a specific way. And so it's not just foreknowledge. Weren't you, Mezzo? Wasn't that kind of your point? Like he made you.
Yeah. And so like if you were born like in like a Mayan civilization in the year 1300, you wouldn't be believing in Christianity. It wouldn't have been something that came up for you. Like those people, those are real people who were born and died in what we now call Mexico. And they never had a choice to hear about Christianity. They just lived their lives, right? So whatever happens to them in the afterlife is one thing, but they never got to experience the love of Jesus, being in their life the way that you do while they were here on earth. Mm-hmm. So like you are, and not just because like God knows the future. That was the last conversation. I'm saying now, like he makes you born where you're born. He takes your soul and he shoves it in like just some like baby corpse and like fills it and like brings it to life inside your mother. I think that's how babies are made. We don't really know like where he gets the souls from. Are souls born? Like that's a little confusing and not really certain. People have differing opinions on them and they're all weird. But look, he put you there. He put you here in this time. So then he gave you probably have parents that are Christian.
Yeah.
So he gave you good Christian parents, and he did everything to make you keep being a Christian right up until this moment where now you're like questioning it, thinking maybe I should check out what this guy's talking about. This is probably the first time you're thinking maybe like Christianity might not be true. Is that right?
I wouldn't, not necessarily. I wouldn't say so, but I enjoy talking to you.
And Connor, it's not really a choice because like we're just convincing you that this whole theology and this religion is completely bunk because like you said at the beginning of the conversation, I agree with you. Calvinism, or if there's no free will, like God is evil, like he's a monster. And if you really think it through, you can't have free will under Christianity. So he'd have to be a monster or it's just not true. And I went with the it's not true thing, but that was a big bone of contention for me.
I went with monster for a little bit. Like when I was first deconstructing, I was like, holy shit, this guy's a monster. And then later I was like, oh, thank goodness he's not. No, you're good.
Yeah, something, honestly, even let's just say we were to play with, like if I were to take a Calvinist position, I think that they offer a fascinating answer, although I don't necessarily agree with it. But I think that they offer an interesting answer on free will as to their response to God being the author of evil if we don't have free will, right? So in I'm trying to remember the exact passage, but essentially it talks about the way in which God elects us, so to speak. He does so based out of for his good pleasure, or for out of his good will, so to speak. And so what I think that Calvinists would argue is perhaps this is something that you can't fully understand, but at the same time, if we were to stack up that statement with Jesus and who he is in the Bible and his character, then perhaps that's something we don't necessarily know a full answer to, but can have faith in based off of the character of Jesus, if that makes sense. I don't fully agree with it.
I think that's an interesting point, though. Like, if we can't fully understand it, then it might not be free will. Like that's why we have to kind of like examine this and go, does this check out? And so maybe we're wrong and our reasoning doesn't work. But yeah, I think the Calvinists are onto something. I think they're like just insufferable. Right. Joel, are you with me on that? It's hard to talk to them, but because they're just annoying, but they're probably right.
Yeah, I think that they're logically consistent within like the idea of a triomni God, and what I think you're kind of quoting probably Romans 9, what Romans 9 says.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's the vessels made for destruction.
Oh, yeah.
So like that kind of they're I think they're following what the Bible says, and it's logical. Like it's logical.
I heard a children's song about Romans 9 recently, I think.
Oh, that sounds
really good. It was really
that
good.
was mine.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, I do put that in there. I had to to listen to the lyrics real quick in my head. But the thing is that the entailment. So Calvinism kind of lives in two different worlds. Sometimes they kind of sneak free will in through some sort of, it's like compatibilism, but it's still like, well, you are going to do it, so you are guilty of the sin, so it is fine that he sends you to hell for eternity. And then other people are just like hardcore Calvinists, and they're just like, hey, when he shows mercy to anyone, that's mercy, so that's a good thing. And all the billions of souls, well, he didn't have to show them mercy. That's a hard toe, like line to toe, or what how did they say that?
I think the word is they keister it in. Have you heard that before, Joel?
They just keister it in the back door.
Are you familiar with that expression?
No, I've never heard that before.
Keistering is when you're sneaking like this maybe substance of some kind across the border in your butt, in your keister.
That's such a fun, cute way of saying it. Yeah.
I had to look it up, and so I was like, I had these friends who used to say it all the time, and I was like, what is that word? So I wrote slang for hiding things in your butt. I googled that, and it was the first thing that came up. Like, yeah, that's it, keistering. Got it. Well, let me clear my search history real quick. Okay, good.
But Calvinism is really dark. It sucks. It's gross. You don't want to be a Calvinist. It's not interesting. It's horrific. And God is not just loving or good under that scenario. And that's what we're here to tell you. Calvinism is true, and God is not good, loving or just.
Well, I mean, you can see the rest of the background here, and I'll describe it to the audience who God made them born blind. We have Geppetto here puppeting, that's God, and he's got on the strings a soldier here who's got a sword up to this 3-year-old baby, right? It turned out really cool. Like, this was a dark but a nice Photoshop. I'm really pleased with it. But the obviously referencing things like every genocide that God, put into action. Not only did he command people to do it, if Calvinism's real, then they had no choice to deny him. And that, like, everything that happened, all the way through, like, the ones that are happening right now, like the recent ones, the Holocaust, Armenian genocides, whatever, like, everyone is like, God planned.
Yeah, like if all the suffering in the world is a result of the fall, he was the one that orchestrated the fall. So he's a complete dickhead. Like, he's the worst.
But Connor, you're not you're a Connorist.
Calvinism,
You're not a Calvinist. Yeah. So you're not there yet. But I think you're right that they're correct, right? Like that's the more reasonable outcome. So you did kind of key into one thing, and I want to talk to you about it, and then I'm probably going to change backgrounds just because how long can we talk about free will for without, everyone at home just like throwing their phones in the toilet and flushing as hard as they can. I would say you brought up the thing about, having foreknowledge doesn't mean they coerced you or something like that.
Sure, yeah.
I think for you, since I got good audio of it, I'll draw it out. Is that all right with you? Joel, I have the literal and figurative thing from you.
Oh man, we had a really lousy conversation about this yesterday.
I loved it.
Was it yesterday?
That was yesterday. We do this every day, folks. And I've just been like knee deep in anticipation, trying to come back, which is silly because I've been on your live and I've been on other lives, but nothing like hosting your own. Okay. So I need a minute to draw this. Joel, do you want to do like an ad break or something while I draw this?
Yeah. So Connor, when you have a second, there's a link in my bio to.
I meant for me. No, honestly, go for it.
We got this video about it's actually my new. I've posted it today. It's my newest video. It's got 500 views, so it's actually doing really, really, really well. But it's about this stupid idea of disease being caused by the fall. But no, Connor, this is what I was going to ask you, and this might seem like a really weird question, but it's just going to like drive the earlier point home, I think. How long is your penis?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, do you perform oral? I was like, here it comes. Here it comes. You tricked me, Joel.
I'm going to be modest. I'm going to say, well, we talking soft here?
Just fully aroused.
Never. We never talk soft. Not interested.
No, let's go. Let's go pretty standard. Let's go 6.
Okay. We're going standard. Now,
is that your standard? How do you ground that?
I hope it's the standard. Let's just say that.
I'll tell you, if 6 is the standard, mine hits the ground. All right, I got the drawing ready.
Well, can I finish this?
Yes, sorry. Go ahead.
So let me just say, like, if God created you, because God created you, He knit you together in your mother's womb. He obviously decided how long your penis was going to be. So with your penis, you can get it 6 inches inside someone. But if God made you with a penis that was only 4 inches, then you could only get 4 inches inside someone, right?
Without tools
sure.
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So he would have limited you. And I know that this is like, you can't grow wings or whatever, but this is a thing where like you don't have the free will to go more than 6 inches inside someone, right? With your own phallus. You
can go less.
Yeah, you can go less. You can't go more. So the idea is like, imagine you had like a 1-inch penis, that probably could affect your life in some way, right? You use a 6-inch penis.
Can I get some ones in chat for people who have the 1-inch penis, please?
Yeah, because they'll know. Like it'll affect your life.
Just put your length in chat.
So if your length of penis does,
I love the ones.
If there's a lot of ones, there's a lot of micro penises in chat. If the length of your penis affects your life and it affects probably how you engage with the world and certainly how far you go into certain people, that is someone infringing on your free will by making your penis a certain length, don't you think?
Sure, I would follow up with just a question, and maybe my parallel isn't maybe my question here isn't perfectly parallel to what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like almost 7.
Degree,
like it's
I could
so
also say
close to 7. Sorry, what? Sorry, what's your question?
Couldn't I also say but there are many things that we are restricted in where I could be like, yeah, but like if I could fly. Like God didn't make me to where I could fly. And if I could fly, I could do so many more different things. And you could even build off of that.
Yeah. And I think that those ideas are they just, yes. So
to what degree does that become like free will as far as my physical abilities does not necessarily, I'm trying to think how I want to put this here. Does that necessarily dictate free will over the decisions that I make, whether or not I'm capable of reaching the extent of that decision, if that even makes sense? Sorry if that's not analogous.
I think look, that's part of the problem with it too, is it's like, if it's just natural, then we don't have wings and we don't have, the longer penises than we could or whatever. But if it's designed, and if God is knitting us in the womb, then that comes up. Now that is a thing that someone limited you that way.
And we're not talking about like things that don't happen, like growing wings. We're talking about things where like there is a difference between these different abilities that people have.
Some people get it and some don't.
Yeah, they're all very real things that happen in this world. So when you don't have it and someone else does, that's going to affect their life. That is going to change the way their life is. That's going to change their outcome. It's going to change their relationship with the world. Whoever caused that infringed on that person's free will. I don't see how it doesn't.
Yeah. And especially like, if it was down to 5, you'd still be like able to hit the right spot, I think. But like, once it's down to 1, you might not be able to, unless, if you find the right person, that's fine. But it's also going to limit you with like, you're not going to have the BDE to get the job, or something like that. Like some of these things that help you throughout your life. But anyways, I think that was well said. So Joel, let me show him this drawing, and then this isn't about that. But
thank you.
All right, can you see this?
I can see part of it.
That's just the top half here. So it moves to the bottom.
That's fine. Yeah.
It's the same thing. So it's 2 different universes. Groovy. So right here we have a person. This is not for penis. This isn't penis. P is for person, and person has 2 choices: the blue one or the red 2, and they can pretty freely choose either one. Right? They can. This isn't to fly or fuck a 9-inch deep. Whatever. Like this is like apples, oranges. Both are available. Both are pure, free options. Do you see anything blocking them from choosing it?
No.
And see, I don't have anything up my sleeves. We've never met before, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just for fun, do you want to pick an option here, or do you care to? Just so I can put a check.
Yeah, pick one.
Okay. This one here.
You mean which one?
Is that check backwards? I think that check.
Yeah, that's backwards. Yeah.
So now I'm doing it upside down and backwards.
You meant the first one.
Yeah, blue. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, blue. Okay, yeah. I thought.
But we see the check. Okay. Now, this is universe number 2. So this is a slightly different universe, and it's the same person, the same 2 options, but there's one little. I forgot to just add one like tiny little thing. I'll put at the bottom. Let me just write this. In this universe, there is God. Okay. Now, in the God universe, you didn't know this, but this was a naturalistic universe full of heathens. But it's the same universe otherwise, but this is just God. So the person can pick 1 or 2, and God knows with 100% certainty that person is going to pick 2. He knows the future. You heard us talk about this before, but now he knows the future. Mm-hmm. So the line is like the option, right? The option. And then the number is the outcome. Okay. So 1 is still an outcome, 2 is still an outcome. There's 3, 4, there's like infinity options, but like to make it simple, it's just the 2. So now can person prove God wrong and pick number 1? In fact, I'll even put the check already.
Not necessarily.
God knows that in the future it's going to be 2. So can he pick 1 and make God surprised?
No.
So this arrow goes away.
You can't surprise God.
The apple or the orange or whatever is still there, but the arrow goes away. Go ahead. Sorry, your microphone just broke up. Try it one more time.
I mean, I would. Oh, sorry. All good?
Yeah, you have a couple of bars.
Can you hear me?
I think you're like maybe if you're far away from your wife. So just I can hear you now. Try again. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. I think that yeah. The position here would be that, like, God knows what you're going to do, but I don't know if I'm seeing what you're saying here. I don't think that God knowing what you're going to do dictates what you're going to do, but rather he knew what you were going to do.
Yeah, you like, still chose number two.
It doesn't mean he's causing you to pick two.
I agree. I'm not saying God isn't, exactly. The arrow isn't coming from God.
Number two.
Right. You chose number two. You didn't have another choice. You had to choose two. He knows the future you were going to choose two. He didn't pick for you, but he knew with 100% certainty what the future was going to be. And the entailment of his omniscience is that two was your only option. So yes, you picked it. You picked from one source, or like from one option, right? So it's still a choice, but like, would you call it a choice if you just had one thing to choose from? Like up here, this is a choice. You get one or two, but when there's only one arrow, it kind of doesn't feel like a choice as much. This isn't the end of it, but that's just like the initial, like, yeah, it's kind of, it feels weird calling it a choice at this point for me. But here, now I'll yeah. So now
sure, I see what you're saying.
The other version of this, and this is the one that I think Graham Oppie got this idea from me. Okay, so I just made this. Now, this is a different thing now. So this is the very beginning of time. And you might have heard me say this to the other person. For some reason, by the way, chat, when I put this white thing next to me, my phone autocorrects and makes me look like sunburn, like an Oompa Loompa. Do you guys see that? Look at this. I put this away and it like...
Yeah, I was just like, are you super tan? And like, I think it's a beautiful glow.
See how it like goes back to normal? But when I put this here, it tries to like adjust for that. Look at that. It's crazy. I don't know why it does that. Yeah, like it looks like I have like a filter on, but it's just because it's like trying to balance to all this white that's here now. White balance, yeah. Okay, so yeah, it's a little Trumpian. I don't love it. Okay, so now this is the beginning of time, and God is looking at all the possible universes he might make. There's, like we said, the universe where, crows become the dominant species, or maybe octopuses is more likely, or, something else. Or there's the one that's just like this, except for everybody always wears cowboy hats. That's just like how we like to dress. So he doesn't pick any of those, but there's these other universes within the infinite choices that he can foresee coming true, being actualized by him. And he, I didn't mean to do that. Thank you. That was good timing. Okay. Sorry. Someone gave me a cowboy hat. Okay. Or he can pick this one where you pick one, or he can pick this one where you pick two. He's making this universe. And in this universe, everything is the same except for this one choice. And in this universe, everything is the same except for this choice. And then he decides to go ahead and make universe number two. Right? So he picks number two, and where you're going to pick this. Now you go ahead and choose it, but you didn't have any other choices to begin with. And he's the one who chose the universe to begin with, knowing what was going to come down. Do you see how that like doesn't feel like free will as much anymore?
Yeah, I can. Oh, can you still hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I can see it. I think it's definitely a compelling argument. But I think at the same time, what do you think? Do you think free will is necessary in order for a relationship to be established? Because in the beginning, when he says, let us make man in our image, the entire purpose of creation in the first place was so that God could dwell with his people, I guess you could say. So to some degree, even if there are things that are confusing to us
a little bit,
we don't understand,
I'm trying really hard to understand you, but it's getting a little hard. It's breaking up. He can't hear me, I think. There's like a delay. I don't know if
my phone.
I was trying.
It might be causing my
okay.
connection.
Yeah, maybe if you want to plug in and charge it up and come back later. I'm really trying to hear what you're saying, but it is a little bit difficult to do it. So
I understand. And if you need to let someone else on, I totally get that too. I don't want to hog
let's
it up.
just say you defeated the argument and you won. Okay.
Thanks for your time.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. The delay is just getting a little too rough. I think what he was saying was interesting. I think this is a really fun conversation actually, but I do want to like move on from it. We did a bunch of it. El Mezzo's in chat, please. Whatever he said in that choppy voice, I'm sure cooked me, right?
Yeah, I didn't hear it either, but it's just such an easy argument to refute. This is something that I've been thinking about though lately. I think there is someone in the box. I don't know if you see them. Sometimes I feel like you don't, or do you wait?
I'm going to wait a second. I'm going to bring him up in a minute. I want to hear what you have to say first.
Okay. No, I was thinking about this exact sort of background the other day because it's like we spend so much time in the world of Christianity, like in the theology or like exploring the Bible and showing the contradictions. But at the end of the day, it's like, just show me a real fucking miracle or get the fuck out. Like, it's not real, guys. Like, it's just not real. Like, you have no evidence of this thing. There's no reason to believe it. You know, like, we're always playing the game, but it's like at the end of the day, there's nothing there. So just like show us something, give me anything or get out of here.
Have you, sorry to go back because that was a great transition. Have you like looked up compatibilism very much?
I remember, you know, I learned about these things in a very simple way. I watched some videos, like PBS videos with Hank Green or the other Green, one of the Greens. And he talked about determinism and then and free will and stuff. And then he talked about, there was a video on compatibilism. And it seemed that like it was just like, it feels like we have free will. So we just like decide we do have free will. Like, it didn't seem like there was a good argument for it.
It's a little bit of a loophole for sure. I used to know it better and I've been looking into it again. I don't know if you heard my rock thing earlier. But yeah. So, I mean, like, it's kind of saying like, yeah, everything that, you know, has influenced you up to this point is true. That's all stuff that you can't change. And like who you are and what you've come to be is like kind of outside of your hands up into this moment of choice. And so it's less about like, it's really not choice is the right word for it. They're kind of like, they're not like redefining that word for the first time. It's just that like, we didn't ever define that word right before. We say the word choice in libertarianism, like in libertarian free will, like Christian free will. When they say the word choice, they're thinking of it magically, the same way they do with love. The same way that they go like, you really think love is just some chemical reaction? Like, it's different. There's something spiritual involved. But we know now, like, it's a process of like your brain's limbic system. There's like a reward thing happening where it's dropping chemicals and you like it. And so I think compatibilism is doing that for the word choice. It's kind of saying like, we've been saying it like it's some magical thing. Like there's a soul that's like outside of you that still learns from your experience and is still influenced, but is somehow like immune to the influence, and then like sorts something out for and makes a choice. I don't know what it would be sorting out if it's immune to influence. Like, it still doesn't make sense, but it's this magical thing, and it's like demystifying it, but saying that the fact that we process, unlike plants and rocks, the fact that we do a processing thing, that's notable. It's noteworthy. It's like, it's worth, in fact, it's remarkable. Like, it's worth noting that like we do a processing, and that processing is like what the word choice is. So we do choose, but the choice is influenced. That it's like compatible. Like, I think compatibilism is the wrong word for it. They should call it like loopholism a little bit. But
yeah.
I mean, it makes sense though. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. So, like, I do believe that I make choices, but the I that is making the choices is a determined vessel.
Yep.
It's compelled. It's a compelled vessel.
Yeah.
And therefore I don't believe in free will. I believe I'm determined, but I believe I do make choices. So that's,
and I've talked a lot about how, like, when you say that, like, to get into this, you have to, like, get really hyper detailed, like microscopic of, like, what do you mean by I? Like, you have to get a little Jordan Peterson-y.
Right.
If you're including the identity of, like, I am my history and my friends and my past influences, then I am making that choice. I'm processing that choice, but I'm including that. But if you're just saying it's like my brain and body, hell no, that ain't it. But yeah.
And that's fun. I think that, like, when it comes to the entailment of the reality, whatever you want to call it, for Christianity, it destroys it. So it doesn't, like, much as you can, like, even if like, you know, God just started the ball rolling, even without the foreknowledge thing, it's like, it still wouldn't be enough of a free choice to punish somebody eternally for it. So
no, compatibilism is just like for atheists, right? It's just a thing where it's like
philosophy thing.
Yeah. It's like, okay, so now that there's obviously not a God because there's no such thing as miracles. I mean, show me one or get the fuck out. You know what I mean? But if it's like, now that we know that, then it's like, okay, are we natural beings making choices or not? What's the right word for it? Then that's like kind of what that's for. But yeah, totally. Paul, hello, welcome in. Can you hear me? Pale.
Polly.
Let's see. This might be an accidental request. Paul Coleman.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you there? Did you mean to come up here?
Man, I was half asleep, but
here, let me.
No, I didn't mean to come up there. Must have bumped it by mistake. Oh, you gonna play music? Wait, let me grab the bass.
Good night, Paul. There you go.
Thank you.
All right. Sweet dreams.
So, pastrami. Oh, geez.
Hey, pastrami. Welcome in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great. Like really good. What's your age and religion?
I'm 49. I am a Christian.
Excellent. Well, we're looking for Christians because I myself, I've never seen a miracle, and I would love to see one. Do you think you could help us with that?
Maybe. Can I ask you?
If you can't, I'm going to kindly ask you to get the fuck out. Is that all right?
If I can't?
Yeah.
Stop gaslighting pastrami. You can't show us a miracle. You're lying.
Hey, Joel, real quick. When I came in, you said, "Oh, Jesus, pastrami."
Well, I don't know how you're still a Christian, pastrami. We've had so many conversations where I've just, like, totally annihilated your worldview.
That's true. I've heard them.
And here you are, like, still pretending to be a Christian.
He's probably seen a miracle before.
That's true. Mezzo has a point. You know, it's like,
what miracle did you see?
You know, I've seen.
It's a big pause.
No, hold on. So I've seen a miracle, but
here's the right way to do that. Here, Joel, ask me what miracle I've ever seen.
What miracle have you ever seen?
It was the summer of 1989. Like, you got to start off right away with, like, knowing the date and time because it fucking changed your life.
I bought my first real 6-string. I bought it at the 5 and dime.
No, he said.
I said 89. Okay, yeah.
I played it till my fingers bled. That's right. It was the summer of '89.
For those of you who don't know, Canadians know all other Canadians' entire song lyrics and albums. That was from Bryant Adams. Okay, pastrami, what miracle did you see?
Personally, I've experienced God save my life.
A little better. Okay.
Yeah.
What happened?
So it feels like you're asking like for a personal experience, which throws me off guard because usually people, like, they say, like, no, I'm not interested in personal experiences, right?
Well, I'll tell you this: if it's a personal experience where it's super emotional to you, and it's like you hold it deeply in your heart, and if someone were to like tell you it was bullshit, then it might wreck your life. I don't want to hear it, because I'm probably not gonna like say it's that interesting, or I'm gonna be like, that's interesting, but not a miracle, just to like kind of forewarn you, right? But if it was like sometimes people come up here and say like, yeah, God helped me fish once or something like that, then that's cool. Or if it was like one time I floated, I don't want to hear about that for sure.
Okay. No, actually, what I wanted to talk about is I come to the conclusion that even though I myself feel like I've seen miracles, it's not there's a better way to get to know God.
To know you,
or to experience God. I mean, I'm just curious. Let me ask you this: why would you want to see a miracle?
I just think it'd be really convincing. One of the things I ask people to do is I'm in my garage right now, and sometimes I'll come up and be like, well, what would convince you that there is a God? Like, what even evidence would you accept? And I'm like, pray right now on the live, ask him to open my garage. It's like it takes like 300 watts or less probably to like trigger the thing, and then it goes and automatically comes up. And if that happened, I would be like, I'd have to step back and go, what the fuck just happened? Like, I would look into it. I wouldn't be like, Christian, starting now. I would be like, did my wife push the button? Is she in the car and she pushed the button? I didn't know she was out there. Like, I would look around a bit, but man, if it worked, I'd probably go to church on Sunday.
Okay, so here's the thing that a thought I want to share regarding this topic. I don't know.
Just real quick, Joel. I don't know all of the rules. Is it okay for him to share his own thoughts, or are we doing?
I mean, they're not going to seem like the thoughts the way you know them, but yeah, he can try. Okay. Like, he can certainly try.
I just want to make sure with the new rules here. Okay, go ahead, Pastrami.
Okay, do we have a list of rules?
Yeah, there's so we have a 5 ppm, which is 5 pivots per minute. You're not allowed to do more minutes than that. We have you can't interrupt Joel. And then I think if you're going to share ideas that they're supposed to be yours, I think is kind of like
there's like this whole list here, but most of them are written in Swedish. So like your Korkalifin Torski Dorka, like I don't even know what that one means.
I'd have to like see it to translate because your accent is hard to
sorry.
read through. But go ahead, Pastrami. What's your idea on this?
Okay, this whole spiel like really threw me off guard. I'm not sure if like you guys are joking or not, but I love it. I love it. Okay,
our podcast, the Bad Bible Debates podcast, was like bought out by someone who happens to be Swedish, and so we do have a list of rules that we have to follow. Like we have to mention it every hour, and we have to hey Kazakh, and we have to like do certain things, and there is a list of rules, and some of them we don't fully understand. But go ahead. Well, this one is fine.
Okay. All right. Getting back on track. Yeah. So my thought is that miracles are not as powerful as we humans think would be if we were to experience one.
Really?
Yeah. And I'll just cite an example. So you're familiar with the parting of the sea and the 10 plagues and all that, right?
Yeah, the sea wasn't one of the plagues. It was like the 12th miracle thing. There was like the 10 miracles, and then there was the confusion, the muddle spell, and then there was the sea parting. It was like number 12 in that story. Well, I'm not counting the snake stick, so it's really like 13 or so, yeah. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but
the sea opens up, and Moses and like 2 million people walk through it, and then God, like after they're through, crashes it back down and drowns all the soldiers.
Yeah. So my point is that that's an example of miracles not being enough. The Israelites, they saw this series of miracles, right? Powerful, and they still did not build a strong relationship with God. And then I believe it's in James somewhere. It mentions.
I think they were confused, is all, because right after that, somebody was like, "Hey guys, that wasn't Yahweh; it was Baal." Right? And they were like, "This was Baal," and they were like, "Your balls did that?" And they're like, "No, Baal, like with 2 A's, not 2 L's." Baal?
We always pronounced it Baal in
like
my
Christian Baal?
Yeah, when we were worshiping.
Then they'd be
him.
Christians.
Oh, that's an actress. It's Baal.
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 So they were like, this is Baal, and it's this cow. And so some of them were like, oh, okay, well, let's worship that then. So like they were down to worship whoever did it, but they were a bit confused on who did it.
I'm not 100% sure of that. I'll look into it. But another example I will cite is so somewhere in James, either chapter 1 or 2, it mentions it talks about.
Let's just find this really quick.
Okay.
Actually, this will be easier to find in my real Bible.
But like, I just want to go out on a limb here and say that, like, now this happens with the golden calf as well, right? Like, it's almost immediately after the parting of the Red Sea and all those crazy things.
That's what I'm talking about. I thought that the golden calf was Christian Baal.
No, it has nothing to do with Baal. So what happens is they're still eating the manna. They only have miracles, and they decide to worship the God Yahweh through the golden calf, and they say to the golden calf, "This is the God that brought you out of Egypt."
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Pastrami, that's how we know it's a fiction. Like that's incoherent. That's unlikely. So you're showing that as evidence that like miracles wouldn't change anyone's mind, etc. That's insanity. I've talked to people who are like, oh, I knew what rocks were in my hand, and when I looked at them, there was another rock there that I hadn't been in my hand before, so God put it there. That's why I know that God exists. People will believe anything. They'll cling to anything to maintain their faith in this God, probably because they're afraid of hell. So that's how we know that this golden calf story is a fiction.
Yeah, here it is. The people took off the gold rings from their ears and brought them to Aaron. He took these from them, formed them in a mold, and cast an image of a calf. And they said, "These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt." When Aaron saw this, he built an altar before it. So they were like, "Oh, that's who did. Thank you so much, cow." And they started worshiping the cow. They're like Hindus or something, right? So that I think that like they were seeing miracles and believing that supernatural things can happen, but they just didn't know who was behind it all. So like, yeah, that's a good point. If you pray to Yahweh right now and my garage door opens, maybe it was Yahweh, maybe it was like a gold cow. I guess I don't know for sure. But right now, I don't think miracles can happen at all. So at the very least, I would be convinced that miracles can happen. And then I would just got to figure out like which like weird, which deity did this.
Who done it?
Is it that pastrami has like telekinesis? Is telekinesis the one where you can like move stuff with your mind? Is that?
Yeah, it's not ESPN. That's a whole other thing.
Yeah, that's when you can like think about like people's sports.
Yeah.
Yeah, and So, and I want to clarify. I'm not trying to what's the word?
Show a miracle.
No, what's the word? Downplay a miracle. I'm not saying like they're not valid, but what I'm saying is a miracle is not enough to make you have a relationship with God. Like you could have a miracle, but if you don't have this other factor, it won't be enough to form a relationship with God.
Well, I think that sounds like you're kind of just trying to come up with an excuse before even trying. And I believe the background says, show me a real miracle or get the fuck on.
But what's the other factor? And then get the fuck out.
Okay.
Get the factored up. Get the other factor.
Yeah. I believe it's Matthew 5:8.
Oh yeah, you said James, but you're saying now Matthew.
I didn't finish my thought on James.
Yeah, okay.
Can you just say it, Matthew? What does Matthew 5:8 say?
Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God.
You have to be pure in heart?
Yeah.
What's that mean?
Oh,
What's
am
that
I
mean?
like fuck too much? Like I have a sinful marriage.
We don't know that. What does pure in heart mean? Does it mean don't fuck that much, or what does it mean?
Yeah, I mean, going back to the example that Mezzo mentioned, well, we kind of both mentioned, so the Israelites, they saw miracles, right? And they were confused, like their heart was not pure in the sense that they did not know, they were not familiar with the nature of God, right? So the closer your mind is to the way of thinking of God, then the pure God will consider you.
So you need to get. So hold on. You need to get a pure heart, and then God will show you miracles, and you'll care about them. Okay. Instead of Him showing miracles, that makes you believe in Him, and then you want to have the pure heart. It seems like it would go miracle, then pure heart.
I'm down to try it either way. How do we purify my heart?
Yeah, I'll tell you the route I took. That eventually led to witnessing miracles, right? Okay, so you're familiar with the Sermon on the Mount, right?
Big fan. Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, like any mount, I'm into it.
Okay. Now, are you also familiar with the fruitage of the Spirit?
The frautage?
The fruitage, the fruit of the Spirit.
Oh, fruitage. Yeah, frautage is yeah.
Yeah.
Just for people who don't want to Google it, that's. Or docking. Sometimes it's called docking. But you're talking about like fruit?
Yeah, it's referred to the fruit of the Spirit. But what it's talking about is it's like a summary of the basic qualities of God. It's what the fruit of the Spirit is talking about, right?
Okay. Is one that He can do miracles?
No, not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
So I believe.
I think I then like get the fuck out. Like this all is just excuses that you're laying down ahead of what you're gonna like undoubtedly show as a failure. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna say, okay, I'll do it. I'll pray for the garage door to open. It's not gonna do it, and then you're gonna be like, that's just because you don't have the fruit of the Spirit, but you do, and you have a pure heart, and you won't see it open either, and you're the one asking. That's why this is such bullshit.
Well, I'm not here to show you a miracle. I'm just.
Then get the fuck out.
Yeah, what are you doing?
That's what it says.
Read the background.
No, yeah, okay. I
me if that's even your real name.
Look, I'm down to have these like debates about the words in the Bible and how they don't mean anything that they actually say they mean some other day. But right now, I'm trying to see a miracle, man. Like there's people lined up in the guest box with like. Putting on their magic sparkling gloves ready to show some real magic. And like, you're just up here talking about Bible verses that excuse your inability to help God do a miracle.
We know there's no power in God or the Bible or anything like that. We know He doesn't exist. You don't have to prove it by showing us all sorts of reasons why He can't do anything.
God, that's such a good point, Joel. We already know how weak He is. You don't have to tell us that. Hold on. Before I do the miracle, just let me tell you, here's why it's not going to work. I know. Just say that first. Just say it's not going to work. I don't care why it's not going to work. I just want to see you try and then fail, and then I get to reconfirm my atheism.
What I'm here to share how you could see a miracle for yourself, not to show you a miracle. Does that make sense? But I think what you are asking is for me to show you a miracle. It's what or GTFO, right?
Yeah, like if you know how to have miracles happen, then you do the miracle and we'll like hang out and experience it with you.
No, I can't make you experience. You gotta.
This happened in the Old Testament. This is like a thing that you're supposed to be able to do. When someone says, you don't have a real God, you can like make fire rain down. I'm just asking for a garage door to open. Like if fire rained down, cool, that'd be dope. Like I'm in California, like that would be like kind of traumatic for people like around here because of like the fires that happened earlier this year. So like don't do that one. but like do the garage door. It's like way easier. It should be a no-brainer, like just like a whatever. Like God should just be like, whatever, just do it. Fine. And then we all get to see it.
Yeah.
I can turn the camera on and point it at it if that's helpful.
No. Hey, look, I don't think you're ready for this conversation, so I'll just I'll just move on.
All right.
Hey, but I love you guys. You know, I'll come back when there's a different prompt. But I always enjoy talking to you guys.
Pastrami, I fucking love you.
Hey, I love you, Mezzo.
No, I mean like
I'm indifferent.
Joel, I'm a fan of Joel, but I don't. Love is a strong word though. But I would say I'm a fan of Joel.
I love Joel.
Yeah, Mezzo and I love each other, but like,
I thought you were indifferent to me. You're indifferent to him?
Yeah, no, I love you. With pastrami, I'm kind of like meh.
Well, that's because you don't have a pure heart, like me.
That's likely.
I think Mezzo has a point, Joel. But I think you could get there. You could get there, and we'll become best friends.
Joel has a I would almost like not perverted, but it's a dirty, like almost a skanky heart. Can I say that? Is that all right?
Yeah, I mean it's more of my tongue and other parts.
When you
other parts
perform,
too.
it comes from the heart.
That's true.
All right. Well, Pastrami, do you want to just give it a shot just in case? Like it might be really good timing that you pray and then my wife pushes the button. Like it could work out and just be like, holy shit, you know, like it could. It's up to you if you want to. I don't want to force you to pray to God. That's kind of what I don't want people to do as much, but if you want to.
Yeah. No. It's really tempting. I'll be honest, but I feel like it's not. But when I pray,
what's the worst that could happen? Are you worried that the garage door might open so hard that it like flies off and cuts my head off or something? And you feel guilty about
He's
it?
He's probably worried that there's going to be too many Christians that come from this live. Like if everyone in this live, 540 people see you open your garage door, they're all going to be Christians. There's too many people in heaven.
Yeah, you're not going to be enough chairs. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, though. Like, the people who already don't believe, if they see you try and fail, they're going to keep not believing. All the people who are Christians are going to see you try and fail, and then they're going to be like, yeah, but that's because of the Bible verses that excuse this. So, like, no one's going to change their mind if you fail, right? Everyone's going to stay where they're at. If you succeed, minds are going to change. Minds are going to turn Christian. No one's going to see that miracle happen and turn into an atheist.
Yeah. It would go against my integrity, though. Like I didn't get to share my point, but my whole point was that there's something better than miracles in order to see the face of God. So if I try to convince you via a miracle, I would be basically contradicting myself.
Yeah, you're contradicting the Bible. Because, or in Jesus specifically, because Jesus did miracles to show the power of the Father through himself. So there was nothing better.
Hoverboarding on the Red Sea.
There's nothing better for Jesus than to show miracles. And we see that in John 14. He says that, like, people who believe will do these things to show the power of the Father through the Son. So you can ask anything in his name. So you're just not a very good Christian. Sorry, Pastrami. You should dump the book and grow up and leave the cult. That's what I would suggest.
Grow up, eat pussy, leave the cult.
Somebody said personal attacks are so evident of defeat. Do you guys feel attacked? If you guys felt attacked, I apologize.
Oh no, that was us attacking you. I think we were saying that you're like you're a failure of Christianity or something like that.
Okay, I'm fine with that. But
well, you said that Joel didn't have a pure heart, but it seemed like you were joking a little bit.
Okay, yeah. Hey, Joel,
he doesn't.
I do love you.
That doesn't mean anything. So yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not hurt, Pastrami. Your opinion means nothing to me.
Yeah. No, but hey. I'll talk to you guys another time. But
all right, thanks, Pastrami. Thanks for almost thinking about maybe trying. I appreciate it. Come back any other time. That was a good fun, but so far I should be keeping track. 0 miracles.
Yeah, thanks for nothing.
Let me just erase my last whiteboard, and I'll make a little miracle chart.
You know what? I want to maybe get you to make me a background that says, Christians, what's the importance of faith? Because this is a question I've never gotten an answer to, a satisfying answer from any Christian. Like, not what's the importance of having faith as a Christian or something. I mean, it's a very broad question, but like, why is God hidden? Like, why does he value us having faith, like, over everything else? If you believe, you will be saved. Like, why is this believing in something without evidence so important to him? I don't know. I don't understand that currency. Hey, Grant and Xana, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys?
What if it was like the background has said, "Hey, what's God's problem?" And then you had to explain what's this dude's fucking problem? That'd be confusing, right?
I don't know. What is his problem? Well, where the fuck is he?
I have that "Where is your God now" background. That's pretty. That's kind of what that one is about. Like, why is he hiding? Why isn't he showing up? Why isn't he doing miracles? Why is it that you have to like believe in a secret for it to be true? But I think it was too distracting because the guy hiding behind the tree, and I'll show it up for people who haven't seen it. It was kind of like people were just like, "What the fuck is this guy?" It was too creepy. I might not even have it anymore. I think I stopped using it. Oh, here he is. There.
Oh yeah. That face is not right.
It's just a little too much to like. It might work for you because we're used to seeing goofy stuff behind your shoulder a little bit more. Maybe that could be it. I could use this one, but then do however. What's the power of faith? And then sneaking behind the tree.
What's the value?
Did you see the Portlandia episode? It might be the first Portlandia where they have the hide and seek championship. It's so good.
I don't remember it. I've watched all of them, but I don't know.
Yeah. Hi, Grana. How are you?
I'm good. I came up to say that I, as a child, the story goes that I was healed when I was a baby. And that's the reason my dad became a Christian. Whoa. The thing I don't get is he became a Christian. He was an alcoholic and he stopped drinking, was a chain smoker, stopped chain smoking, everything like almost overnight. But the problem is he never dealt with the reasons that he became an alcoholic in the first place. And so even though he turned to Jesus or whatever, he was never a good person. He's still a very judgmental, or even more so, a judgmental person. So what good is it that the miracle happened and he became a Christian, but he didn't change like you're supposed to change?
Maybe it was Baal. That's what the last guest was saying. Like, you see this amazing miracle and you still don't do the stuff. I get that. Like, maybe that's true. Maybe I see my garage door open and then a few weeks from now I backslide and back into atheism. But like, for a little while, I have afterlife insurance, right?
Oh, I hadn't thought of it that way. That would be nice. Yeah, can I buy afterlife insurance?
I think that's what it is.
That's what going to church and tithing.
The whole thing is.
The thing is that like it's such a great point though that like it's so like if that's what it is, it's like, oh, I got saved. I got saved from the health thing. I got that fire insurance. Your life doesn't change. You're the same jerk you've always been. You're behaving the same way, all those things. You just act like you're trying to be different. And it's like, what's the value there? You're right. If there was miracles that like made us do a 180 and totally changed the person we were, and we were so much more loving and inclusive and all those things, man, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't happen. It's just not real.
Yeah. And, I guess I had been a really sick baby, and then someone prayed over me, and then I was not a sick baby.
What'd you have?
And, but you just, to me.
Do you know what you had when you were a baby?
They don't know. The umbilical cord came out while my mother was at home before I was born. And so I had health issues related to that.
I had jaundice.
I couldn't cry really. I just barely whimpered, and I couldn't like even drink more than a bottle a day because I would just sleep all the time. And then They prayed for me, and my parents said I yelled.
Now I'm understanding your dad. He's like, "Oh, it's a miracle. Now she can cry. Now she won't fucking stop crying. I'm gonna go get a drink. I'm gonna have a drink." Yeah.
I was born with the umbilical cord wrapped around my neck 3 times. So my mom was already trying to kill me. And
found out later it was just your long dick.
I wish.
Joel, that wasn't your mom. That was God. Okay. You knew you were going to come and do this.
But like even now it's weird because like I'll be in bed with someone and she'll go, "Why do you like being choked when you're in bed?" And I'm like, well, maybe I'm used to having something around my neck when I'm inside a vagina.
Yeah, I get that.
I always joke that that I have an excuse for everything. I have an excuse for everything because the hospital I was born at was connected to a mall, and I was oxygen deprived before I was born. So,
yeah. Did you say ma'al like Baal?
Mall, M-A-L-L.
I love the idea of like we're going to the ma'al.
The mall.
All right.
Well, that's what I came up to say.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Oh,
yeah. It wasn't a miracle. You were alive, and it's great, and everyone's glad you're alive, of course. But these things happen all the time. So
Yep, they do. They happen a lot. Just happened to be right as someone prayed. So and then my dad decided, I will go for this God, but I will not become a better person.
Come on, Dad.
I don't believe these stories perfectly because I've witnessed stories get exaggerated, and I've called people out on it before where like a story has happened, and I've done it too. Like I've for sure done it, where it's like I'll exaggerate a story to make it a little bit better, but I'll hear people say a story and be like, and then this happened and this happened, and I was like, I was there. Excuse me, that's not it wasn't that exciting. And so I think that when a lot of the time, and they're like, yes, well, they really remember it that way. And I think a lot of the times when you're involved in it and you're very emotional at the time because you have a sick baby, you're not in your wellest of minds, and maybe the moment of prayer didn't happen at the exact moment of miracle, but in your mind you kind of mesh it together and it make it seem like you were like, "Dear Jesus, please heal." Wow, oh my God, it worked. They kind of reassemble it a little bit in their memory. And I've done it with things. I know I've done it with things because I have some things because I've been alive during video camera time. So I'll have a memory of something, and then I'll have the video of it and be like, oh, that's not as cool as I thought it was, or it's more interesting, whatever it is than I thought it was. So I don't know. I think that's much more likely than an exact miracle happening at the exact time. Not impossible, but much more likely. Yeah.
Good point.
Good example of that is I've watched back lives, and in my mind there's rock and roll music, and I'm just crushing Christians. I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. There is no objective morality. Yeah, I've destroyed you. I've ripped your throat out. I watch it back, and it's really like this. What I would think is that I don't could you even prove that there's an objective moral standard, or is it just a claim you're making? Cause so yeah, memories aren't reliable.
I'm really glad I was able to get to that guitar sound effect that fast. That made that enjoyable. Okay, we had someone else in the guest box, but they left. Whoever was there, please come back. Granta, thank you for sharing that with us. It's always a delight having you.
And just one quick question. Have you guys met the Swedish chef or beaker? I need to know.
No, I haven't. There was a chief that I was a bit confused by. It was like a chief of police, though, but no.
He was cooking. The nice thing was he was cooking, but it was donuts? It was weird.
Yeah.
All right, you guys have fun.
It's been weird over there, I gotta tell you. All right, thanks, Grant. I appreciate you. Okay, Granazana, everybody.
We love Granazana.
In this light, I've been looking at my eyes. I think it's depending on what background I play, it looks like I have really blue eyes. I don't really have that, but I do have like
What color are they?
I kind of have color changing eyes.
I've heard of this.
It's a thing. It's like a mood ring, but it's not really based off of a mood. But I do have like sometimes they look super green, sometimes they look blue, sometimes kind of gray, and then sometimes almost brown. Like it's a hazel. Maybe that's just what hazel means, is you got a little bit of everything. And depending on like the light or whatever, or like what you're wearing, it might like bring spiritual eyes. Yeah, I have blood soaked eyes.
Yeah, I don't know that much about eye color, but I know that like sometimes I've noticed that like if I've had a really good cry, my eyes get really blue.
Like after like a choke session.
Yep. Then that's my eyes watering. That's not the same thing. Like I was thinking like after Alive, and I'm just like, why?
Oh, when you listen back and there's not rock and roll music.
Yeah. I'm like, cooked again, Joel, you piece of shit. Yeah. I do a lot of crying.
I do that when I listen to your lives too. All right, we have some questionable requests here. Let's see if these questionable requests are just children who are going to ask.
My name is Spencer Baldwin. My name is.
Oh, that's fun.
It's getting blocked. I blocked that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Spencer Baldwin, good friend of the show. I mean, I feel like we could turn that into the logo for our podcast. Jess, welcome in.
Jess, are you there?
Are you about to show us a hog, Jess, or what are you doing? Hey, Jesse. I wish that I had Jesse's girl. Do-da-do-do-da-do. What a jam that is. How can I find a woman like that? Jess doesn't know they're on the live. Oh, here's Spencer's back in the request. Let me get him up. I left.
There was the other guy that wanted to do a one-on-one named Adriel Rodriguez. And I guess
Sure, I can shut up while you guys talk.
Well, I asked him which one, and he didn't really answer. So
I was going to also, I forgot to tell you this. I was thinking about, for the show A Miracle or Get the Fuck Out, I was thinking about calling that segment Prayer in Action. Do you get it?
In action and inaction?
Yeah, prayer in action. Like it just doesn't do anything. Do you think that's too difficult?
Yep.
If we go like, and now it's time for prayer in action, and you're going to show us a prayer, and it'll be inactive.
Yeah, that's more on the nose.
Okay, I'll work on it. You know that every time I say I'll work on that joke, I don't. Do you know that?
You know what I think? How about this? You just go like this. Now we want to see prayer in action, and then of course it flubs, and you go, I got to tell you, that was prayer in action.
Yeah, then I go, that was prayer in. Oh no, I have to do it.
No, it's one word.
Prayer in action. Yeah, it's harder to.
Yeah.
It'd be better if the space was it doesn't work.
Yeah. We want to see prayer in action, and then blah 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 blah, and then we wanted prayer in action. You gave us prayer in action.
It's better written down. Like if I had a background that said prayer in action with a space, and then I was like, it turns out that was more of a, and then I switch it and goes like wonk and shoves it together. Yeah. I think that would do it. That would work it out. Yeah. Here's another thing I wrote down. I'm just going down the list of things I wrote down. You know how sometimes we'll hear an apologetic about how that was just, why do well, this is you. Why do God make a slave law?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got a violation for, it says, Joel, it says you were showing your dick or something.
That was me. Honestly, that wasn't me that time. That wasn't me that time.
How did they catch it it didn't.
We could tell what it was.
Able to catch that.
Yeah. Because it looked like it was just like a piece of wood. Like it looked like it was like a log with somebody holding a stick. Like it was.
What do you think the plan is for that guy? Like what's the
just to fuck up your life. Not life, but live.
But like, do you think he like was like, okay, let me get ready? Like,
oh yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of.
But he's probably 16 and thinks it's so funny.
Well, now I hate it even more.
Remember when you were like younger and you're like,
I did not do that when I was younger.
Well, you didn't have the internet with a bunch of penises that you could look at.
I kind of did. We did do internet prank stuff. You know, when I had a radio show, I had a college radio show. We did a lot of prank stuff, and we figured out how to mess with the phones. And we would get like we'd go live on the air, and we would get pizza places to call each other. So like we figured out how to like wire the phones in a way where like they'd both ring at the same time and then go through to each other. So be like, Pizza Hut, Domino's, what's your order? What's your order? And like they would talk to each other about whose order it was. But we never did show our dicks on the radio.
What? That's weird.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't because it's the radio, but like you could describe them.
Yeah. Or you can like rub it up on the microphone so you can like, here, I'll like listen to my dick.
What you're hearing right now is my penile.
Yeah. Okay. Here's a thing about when people say, Heidi says, I have a dick for radio. That's really funny. Fuck, that's really funny. That's a great joke. That's a really good joke.
Boy, you really got a dick for radio.
That last guest didn't, though. That was a primetime TV big fan. Okay. Moral of the God make slavery laws. Well, that was just, you know, he was, you know, of being adjusting his morals to fit the time or to fit the culture, you know, like that's kind of the thing. And Cindy's God really liked MC Hammer. Like he was just a big fan because that was just at the time, that was the thing. That was like the big hit of the time. So he was just a big Hammer
like if
fan.
he was going to give music laws, they would be like, everybody do MC Hammer.
Big old
shit.
pants. Right? Everyone's wearing big pants in heaven. We're just we're just adjusting to the time and culture. Or like maybe in the 40s, he was just like really just still into misogyny at that time. And
well, yeah, he would definitely.
If he had like, if he had made the laws in the 40s, it would have been like, you know, there's like Jim Crow laws. He's just putting those in place, and like just women stay cooking, you know, kind of laws like that. Like it seems like that's what you would have to say, is that whatever time period and culture he's meeting, that's just what rules he would make if he's doing the time.
I think the way to be really effective with it would be to kind of like take laws now that people hate, that Christians hate, and say, well, I guess what we would find in the Bible is like, if you want to, you know, marry a man, just make sure that it is this thing. Like, I don't know what it would be, but you know what I mean? Like, because then they'd be like, no. What's that?
You mean like make a sacrifice first and then
kill a goat, or something like that. So, but like, you know, to be like, you know, he would just be regulating that thing. It's fine to regulate it, whatever. And then they'd be like, no, it would never be allowed. I hate, you know, people.
Right, so I'm a little cautious of these requests, but this guy has a butt head.
Yeah, this is really.
Yep.
How old are you?
I got it. Okay.
I got the block on that. A 5-year-old.
I'm playing it risky going live immediately after this recent restriction. You guys think that was Charlie Kirk? Fuck, we've been waiting to have him up. You think that was him? Oh, shit.
We dropped Charlie. You dropped Charlie.
Yeah, well, he wasn't supposed to come till Friday. I don't know if that was him. We're supposed to have Kirk on Friday, and then Sunday morning. Guys, by the way, while we wait for a
William Lane Craig on Sunday, yeah.
No, I'm not doing a Sunday show. It's Father's Day.
I got to call William. I got to call Bill.
It's been hard to get those schedules to line up.
Yeah, I guess it's Father's Day for him too. I think he's a dad. He might even be a grandfather.
He is looking pretty old, I think. Yeah, I don't know. He looked like, I saw some video of him talking about Ian and Danny and Parker and them and all the people who went on the what's that thing called? Jubilee.
The
year of Jubilee.
Yeah, they're not going to do it in the 50th year.
Right. So I saw, like, I think it was William Lane Craig talking about those and just saying pointless nonsense the whole time. And he looked like he was on the brink of, I'll say retirement, but it looked like retirement from life. He looked like he was just piecing out slowly.
Yeah. He's an old man. He's done his job on this planet to create all sorts of stupid apologetics and lie for.
He's only 75.
Oh, it's still pretty old, like some of them get.
But man, in this video, he looked. Not that.
He's got a bad camera with bad lighting.
That's true.
Like he hasn't made that much lying for Christ, I guess.
I'm not trying to, like rip on him or anything, because I do, just in case people are watching, I do still want you to come on the show. And I know you've been getting my emails. We've been going back and forth, but yeah, I don't buy
respect him. No, wait, what?
I don't respect his
like
camera,
anything he says. Yeah. Or his ideas. Yeah.
That's true. All right, let me see if I have anything else written down here. Okay, we talked about compatibilism. Here's an interesting thing about. I know I'm just jumping around, folks. I
don't think anyone likes this background.
Which one do you think I should do?
They just never can show a miracle, so it's just
that's not what this one is, Joe.
Oh, sorry, this is a great one. Yeah, no, sorry.
I got what even is Christianity?
What even is? I got to use that one.
Yeah, that's actually really good one. This is what gets him in. Let's do some of this. I haven't done this one in forever, anyways.
I didn't even notice the change. I was actually going to ask you about doing one that was something like, what even is Christianity? I'm glad you have that, because
do you want
I forgot about that one. Yeah, is that one in the thing?
I don't know if it is. I might have put it in there. You can check and see if it's not there. Just let me know. But yeah, you would like crush that one. You would do that one better than me, I think. Because I'm like more just like genuinely like, what are you guys doing? But you kind of know, a little bit more. So
yeah, but it's like, it's so weird because it's all so different. Like it's always different. Yeah. It changes like from person to person. It's so weird. It's like, I don't even know what I guess you end up just talking about doctrine, which is,
the one that I used to run that is coming up more in the podcast, because the podcast is post dated a bit, only by 6 months or so. And it's, how did I phrase it? How old will my mind be in heaven?
Oh yeah.
And that one sets off that conversation of what even the fuck is Christianity, because everyone answers it so differently. There is no answer to it, but everyone a lot of people come around and are like, I don't know. We just don't know. And a lot of people are like, I'm going to take a guess and say this, but some people are like, you will be 33 years old. Yep. I know it. It says it in the Bible. I did the math. And people have a lot of different opinions on it. And so you start to see the twisting doctrine happen. Like it unfolds and everyone's ideas are so scrambled and different, and none of it makes sense, Joel.
No, yeah, there's always that's the neat thing, is that every time they have some sort of doctrine, they've worked it out and this is how it works. It always fails when it comes to reality. It's just not real. You can get super, super consistent. Well, you can try to be consistent within the thing, but as soon as you bring reality into it, it's trash.
Yeah.
Well,
those how old will my mind be in heaven ones a lot of those are on the podcast right now, on some of the recent ones. And there's some really fun conversations from people just absolutely making stuff up. And then Joel, by the way, if you got to go to bed, don't worry about me.
Well, I do have to go to bed. I was just waiting for one more guest to come up.
No, I'll just play some music or something. Like it's all good. I'm fine. And honestly, I was like thinking tonight would be a little quiet anyways. There is someone there if you want to pop them. I was thinking tonight would be a little quiet anyways, just because we're coming back from the restrictions. So, and he left. I was like still kind of explaining it to him, but that's fine. James, are you there?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Hey, sorry, I just got like rattled a little bit.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just coming on. What were you all discussing about the Garden of Eden?
Well, I don't get it. Are you a Christian person?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So, like, what's going on in the Garden of Eden?
Yeah, what is it that you don't get so I know where to start?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, when I read it, like, nothing about it seems real. Like, there's people being made out of dirt and ribs, and there's a talking snake. So, like, right away, I'm like, this is mythology. You know, that's my first thing. Like, I don't get why people think it's real at all. But even if I, like, look at it as mythological, what's going on here? Who's the good guy?
Well, from what I understand from the Garden of Eden is that if you'll recall in Genesis 1:26 where God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness.
Let me look it up real quick.
Yes, sir.
Genesis. Now I have an NRSV UE. Is that okay?
I guess so, sir. I just use the King James. I don't.
I got that.
Yeah.
I got one of those too. Well, let me do that one. Okay. Now this one has a smaller type, so let me do it right here. 120. Hello?
I'm here.
Okay. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth.
Yes, sir.
So is that saying that he made humans that look like gods?
Well, we are representation of God in a way, yes, sir.
Does it just mean we look like them, or we also act like them?
Well, we was acting like them for the fall.
Like we were doing miracles and we were omniscient and all good and all knowing and all powerful and stuff like that.
Well, no, so not saying that we was omniscience. The thing is, man was
not quite in his image, but kind of like a generic God ripoff.
Well, so to speak, yes, but that was before the fall. See, when the fall came, when Adam and Eve disobeyed the Lord, then every man and woman born after them was sold under sin.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
I said, when God created Adam and Eve in the beginning, they was perfect until the fall.
Right. And well, not perfect.
Well, yes, sir.
If you're perfect, you're not gonna like disobey God.
Right. Well, yes, sir. See, that's what it was. They were perfect in the beginning, just like the Bible said that Satan was Lucifer was perfect in the beginning until iniquity was found in him.
That perfect isn't the right word for that, because like being perfect means like you're like it includes forever, right? Otherwise, it's not perfect. Like you can't just be perfect for a little while. It doesn't make sense, right? Like it just means you're really, 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 really good, but you have a flaw, which is that you're going to eventually not be good.
Well, I mean, we can say that. See, the thing is about man, God gave us a choice. You know, he didn't make us robots to make us have to obey him. He gave us a choice whether to obey him.
No, for Adam and Eve, he gave a choice, but not for us.
Yes, sir. Well, it's for us too, because see, that's what the whole plan unravels right here in the book of Genesis. Right there in the book of Genesis, when God had told Adam, so you can eat of every tree that's in the garden except for the tree that's in the midst of the garden.
Yeah, they got the choice, right? Adam and Eve have choice, but we didn't get to start in Eden.
No, sir.
We're forced to be just like human earth robots,
What? Yeah, in a sense, like I said, we were born under sin, but there's a prophecy that was spoken in the third chapter in verse 15 of that same chapter of Genesis.
Genesis chapter 1, verse 15.
No, 3:15.
3:15. That's on the
Yes,
next
sir.
page. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Is like saying that like women won't like snakes, and snakes won't like women.
Well, I mean, it was going to be an enmity. In other words, it's basically talking about the spirit of the serpent.
Yeah, this is the curse, like one of the curses, right? That God curses humans and snakes, and one of the curses is that we won't like snakes and they won't like us, which that's neat. And then it says eventually we'll even kill snakes. Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. The Bible said that that God made us in His image and everything. What I'm saying is right there in Genesis 3:15. The Lord, I'm going to put enmity between thee and the woman, between thy seed and her seed. Think about it, brother. Women don't have seed, right? Women have eggs.
What's enmity?
That means they're going to be enemies against each other.
Okay, so snakes and women are enemies.
Yeah, they're children. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So children won't like snakes, and snakes' children won't like children?
Well, not necessarily saying it like that, sir. It's like a metaphor is painting a picture for us, letting us know that God's I'm gonna put enmity between thee and the woman, between thy seed and her seed again.
Why?
Because of the disobedience and the fall.
But that's like super cruel, right?
Well, no, sir, not really, because you got to understand, God gave man a choice. You know, He says
singular, not men, man.
Yeah, man.
Not women, woman.
Well, man and woman as a whole. Woman came from man.
But like, did you get to choose? Did you get a chance where you're like, hey, let me try out Eden. Maybe you wouldn't have eaten the fruit. Maybe you would have done great. Maybe I would have done great. But we didn't get the choice. We were forced here.
Right,
we didn't get the free will to start in Eden.
And that's correct. That's why that prophecy was given in the book of Genesis 3:15.
This prophecy is just God saying, I'm going to be super cruel to generations from now. Fuck all your children, fuck all your snakes' children. I'm going to be like unjust to all of them for all of time.
No, sir. That's what the enemy, that's what Satan would like us to believe. Like we're doomed, we're not doomed. That's when that prophecy came forth. You heard about the lamb that was slain before the foundation of the earth?
No, but do you understand what I'm saying? That like, if this is true, this is what doesn't make sense to me. God is the good guy, right?
Sure.
Like the best guy in all time. Like, but here he is in Genesis 3:15. If this is a prophecy for all of mankind because of this one mistake, then he's a monster. He's the bad guy in the story, right? The snake says, if you eat of this, you're going to like get an extra power. You're going to get a new superpower. You'll know right and wrong. You're going to have wisdom. And that was true. Like they gained that wisdom. They became more godlike. They were made in his image, but they were like these defect clones, right? And then they became more godlike. And I guess that wisdom also gets passed down. Like, do we know that from them? Like when Adam and Eve have sex, did Cain and Abel have the wisdom of right and wrong?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So that gets passed down. And so now we all know right and wrong. And we agree on all that, and that's good. And then also on top of that, this curse gets passed down.
Well, we were born under the curse, but yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Right. That's terrible. Yeah. So the snake told something true and taught them how to get morals, which having morals is a good thing. God has morals. God had something that was good. Everything from God is good, supposedly. So we got something, we became more godlike, which is good. We're supposed to try to do that. and then at the same time we got in trouble for it, and then God was bad to all of us for all of time. That's nuts. That's like the snake is the good guy and God is the bad guy in this story. This doesn't make sense.
Now, do you have children, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, your children, your babies that you love, have they ever disobeyed you?
Yeah.
Okay. So they disobeyed you. There's a punishment for disobedience. You know, whether you talk to them and, you know, and try to correct them in their ways or let them know that, look,
absolutely.
Go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. I try to correct them. I say, here's that wasn't very cool. Here's the right way to do that.
Right.
Now, what I wouldn't do though is say, hey, kids, little Mezzos juniors, if, just so you know, my parents were bad. They disobeyed their parents, so you're grounded. Because that'd be fucking dumb, right? That would be crazy. That'd just be like an awful parenting thing to do. Hey, someone a long time ago that you never met was bad, so you're in trouble. How is that justice? That's terrible.
Because you got to understand the Bible said every tree gonna bring forth of its own kind. And so just like, you know, man disobey God, just like our children disobey us, you don't reward a child for bad behavior. You try to correct that child. And
yeah, just that child though.
Right.
I don't go to the school and say everyone here is in trouble because my kids were bad.
Well, I think the point what you're missing, sir, is think about Adam and Eve were the first man and woman. When God said, "Let us make man," every man and woman came through either Adam and Eve.
Right.
Great. We were born in sin. We were shaped in iniquity. So again, have you heard about the lamb that was slain from the foundation of the earth?
I don't care about that. So what I'm saying is that, like your parents, for example, do you know your dad?
Yes, sir.
Was he a good guy? Did he ever do any bad things?
He was a good guy, but he did bad things. Yes, sir.
Like, did he ever commit a crime?
No, sir.
Do you know about your grandpa maybe?
No, sir. I didn't get to see my grandpa.
Let's just pretend your grandpa robbed a bank. He probably didn't. I bet your grandpa was lovely, but let's just, for fun, just pretend your grandpa robbed a bank once. Should you serve jail time for that?
Should I serve jail time for my grandfather robbing a bank?
Yeah. For his crime, should you have to have a consequence?
Well, no. Again, the key point you're missing what I'm trying to get you to understand, sir, is that Adam and Eve were the first man and woman, so everything that's in Adam and within man is passed down through the woman.
Right, so that's why the consequences also get passed down.
Yeah, to the children, right.
Because God could turn that off. He could say, curse over. He could turn that off, and we would all get to try. But he doesn't. He lets that curse play out. Each time someone fucks and makes a baby, he curses that baby too. He continues the curse. He could stop it any time he wants, but he lets it keep going. That's not just. He's the bad guy in the story.
Well, actually, Satan is, but
does Satan curse anyone in Genesis? Does he say, because of your actions, I curse you for eternity?
Well, see, thing is, he's a fallen angel. And that's the thing. Right. See,
and so just the question was, does Satan curse anybody?
He is cursed. Yes, sir. He do curse.
Okay, which verse does Satan say, I curse you?
Well, of course, he ain't gonna say he cursed you. He gonna tell you he's a good guy. But
who does the cursing in Genesis?
In the book of Genesis, God did the cursing.
God does the cursing.
Listen,
okay, is there a verse later in the Bible when Satan does cursing?
Well, think about did God curse a man? He didn't curse a man.
That's a good point.
No, he didn't curse man. See, that's the key.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah, so he didn't curse man. What it was, see, because of the decision that man made, God told the woman, because she had disobeyed, she gonna bring forth children in pain, and her desire gonna be to her husband, and he was gonna rule over her. And then he turned to Adam. He said, because you have hearkened unto the voice of your wife, cursed is the ground for thy sake. He did not curse man. Good God Almighty. See, that's what Satan wants us to believe, that God curses us, that God put us here to be doomed, and that's not true. The thing is, when God cursed the earth for Adam's sake, and he cursed the earth, he didn't curse man. And think about the two children that Adam and Eve had, Cain and Abel, right? The Bible said that Abel was a keeper of sheep, Cain was a tiller of the ground. And God had asked the boys to, bring him a sacrifice. You follow me?
Yep.
And think about it like this. Abel brought of the person of his flock and of the fat thereof. In other words, Abel offered up a blood sacrifice to the Lord. The Bible said without the shedding of blood.
Thank you, Brother James, so much for that. I do appreciate that. If everyone could pass around the tithing plate, I think that's plenty of preaching for tonight. So I believe the question was, where in the Bible does Satan ever curse anybody?
That's what I'm getting, brother. And this right here is free of charge. You ain't got to pull out a penny.
Oh, no, the tithing is to me. They're going to drop gifts now because of that preaching.
Spence, my name is Spencer Baldwin, and I hate niggers. Nigger, 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 nigger,
Is this
nigger,
the same
nigger,
guy?
nigger, nigger, nigger. Yes, it is. I showed you that.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. That's all right, sir. That's what I'm saying. See, that's what Satan like. Just that right there. See that?
Well,
God
I don't like that.
Yes, so God only made one race of people, and that's the human race. What make us all so beautiful and unique that we're all different color, different shape, different sizes. But let me go back.
I agree with you, except that God didn't create them. And I just have to say for TikTok, that guy is, we dropped because he was saying terrible, hateful language that I do not agree with. And so don't put me in trouble for that. We dropped him right away. And, we don't like him. Sorry about that, James. Yeah, look, I think that, okay, so what that guy just did was really bad. So if that guy has kids, should we punish his kids for that? Of course not. We don't pass down punishment. Curses are bad. Cursing people is bad to do. Like you said, when my kids mess up, what do? Do I curse them or do I just correct them? The good thing to do is to correct them and say, hey, don't eat the apples off the tree. Okay. I said not to, you did. Go eat some different fruit. In fact, the better parenting move, of course, is to put the tree somewhere else. Put the tree somewhere else. Don't.
God gave man choice. But let me
that was a big error then.
Huh? Well, no, but you don't want to have your children to come into this world and your children are forced to do what you want them to do.
I don't want them to come in this world. I want them to be born in the good world.
Right.
If the choice is where do I want my children born and the options are heaven, hell, or earth, I'm picking heaven. Just have them born in heaven. Why are we here?
Well, see, that's what I'm getting to, sir. I'm sorry I'm taking so much time, but I'm just trying to lay a little foundation for you. Going back to, the gentleman that was just on saying what he hated. Now see, no doubt he'll
just
teach
so you know that guy. He's just like someone who tries to get lives in trouble. That's all they do. They just try to get your life. He has no, I don't know, I don't know if he's a Christian or an atheist or what, but they just come up and try to do that to get lives in trouble. That's all they're doing.
Yes, I understand, but think about the spirit that was behind that. I hate. We're not to hate, we're to love. But let me get back to my point, brother, before I get off here. But God had told the two boys to give him an offering, right? So Abel brought of the first of his flock and the fat thereof. He offered a blood sacrifice. The Bible said, without the shedding of blood, there's no remission or forgiveness of sin. So the Bible said that Cain, he brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. And God had respect unto Abel and his offering, but unto Cain and his offering he had not respect. And Cain got mad and God asked Cain, so why are you wrought? And he said, if thou doest not well, shall you not also be accepted? But if you do it not well, behold, sin lieth at the door, and thy desire shall be to thy brother, and you shall rule over him. So the Bible said that Cain brought up the offering from the ground to offer unto the Lord. Now God wanted.
I'm not sure why you're telling me this.
Well, I'm telling you, think about it. God, what did God curse for man's sake?
What did he curse for man's sake?
Yes, sir.
I don't know what that question means.
He cursed the ground. You remember he told Adam, because thou hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, cursed the ground.
He made it hard to do farming. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That was bad. That was a bad move by God's part. Like, don't like that. Thumbs down. Don't curse. Okay. Why is the ground in trouble because of what Adam and Eve did? That's fucking stupid. Okay, what else?
Okay, now why would you like for him to curse man instead?
No, I don't think anyone should curse anyone. I think that's a crazy punishment. That's what I'm saying. Don't do curses.
Well, see, man chose to curse. He said, I set before you this day life and death. And he said, choose life, but it's ultimately up to us.
Oh, if it was just a death, that'd be interesting. Surely in the day you eat of this, you will die. They eat it, they die. I'd be like, you know what? That's crazy. That's like a way too harsh of a consequence. But he laid it out and they made the choice. I think that's still like way too harsh of a punishment, but it would make more sense. But instead of dying on the day, they were cursed. And humans were cursed. Their offspring were cursed for all of time. God didn't say that's what was going to happen.
No.
That wasn't in the rule book. He wasn't like, and surely the day you eat of this, the ground and all of humanity will be cursed. He didn't say that. He added all that stuff later.
Well, the point is, he said not to do it, brother, and it's up to us. Just like we have choice, you know.
I understand that Adam and Eve broke the rules and kick him out of the garden, punish him for it. That's fine. But God's justice is insane in this story. His like idea of a punishment and a generational curse is unhinged. It's uncalled for. And it doesn't make sense that like we look at this and call him the good guy to me.
So would you call Satan the good guy?
No. I mean, in this story, maybe.
You said in that story, maybe?
Yeah, if he's the serpent, is that the idea?
No, we're talking about a spirit, you know, not just a serpent. The serpent was used as a metaphor,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, it was a lizard, but yeah.
Yes, sir. So
he goes into a lizard's body and he's like, hey, I'm a talking lizard. I'm not the devil, I promise. He doesn't really say that. It just says it's a serpent, but we're adding that. And then he says, hey, if you eat of this fruit, it's going to give you a bunch of wisdom, moral wisdom. That was true.
That's right. And
Yeah,
that's
so he didn't lie. He came up and he said, God is keeping moral wisdom from you. That was true. He doesn't want you to be like him. That was true. And go be more like God. And so they went like, okay. All they don't know right and wrong.
No.
So if a snake tells you what to do, is it good to follow their instructions or bad to follow their instructions?
See, it'll be bad to follow that instruction, but
they didn't know that though.
But you said a key thing. You said a key thing that when the serpent told her you'll know good and evil. Think about it. They only knew good. They had the wisdom of God dwelling within them before
They didn't
the
know
fall.
good. They didn't eat the fruit yet.
See, they was made. Think about it. When God created the heaven and earth, the Bible says everything God saw, it was good and very good.
Yeah, God knows it's good. Adam and Eve don't know it's good.
Okay, but all I'm saying, let's go off the testimony of God himself. He saw that everything.
God knows it's good for sure. Adam and Eve are the people who we're talking about. They're the ones who ate the fruit. They don't know if it's better to listen to God or snake. Let me put it this way. Is it good to obey God?
Sure.
Is it bad to disobey God?
Sure.
Did Adam and Eve know that?
Yes, sir.
How did they know that if they hadn't yet knowledge of good and bad?
Okay, that's a good question, brother. Very good question. Now let me work with this a little bit. Think about it. The Bible said that Eve saw the tree, right? That it was good for food. That's the lust of the eyes. It was a tree that was good for food. It was desires of the flesh and everything. She said, lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, and it was a tree that could make one wise. So the Bible says she took of the tree and she did eat. She gave unto her husband Adam with her, and he did eat. Think about it like this. The Bible says...
Let me read it. Let me see what it says exactly. So
yes, sir. That'd be beautiful.
Okay, so just so we're all on the same page here, which is page 2. Chapter 3, now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field the Lord God had made. And he said to the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman says, We may eat of the fruit of the trees in the garden, but the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, You shall not eat of it. The serpent said, You shall surely not. Oh, if we eat it, we shall die. And the serpent says, Ye shall not surely die.
Now hold it right there. Now, did that serpent tell the truth or tell a lie right there?
Well, they didn't die, right?
Yeah, they did. They was cut off from God. See, the Bible said in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. In other words, or be unalive. I'm sorry for saying that word, brother.
That's fine. That word doesn't do it. It's the other words. But like the way that God said it was that surely in the day you eat of it, right?
Mm-hmm. The day that you eat of it.
In the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt die. So did they die that day, or was it later?
Yes, sir. They died right then, but it was a spirit. They were cut off.
Okay. So when the serpent is saying you won't physically die, or is he saying, is that what he means?
He's saying you won't die at all.
It just says die, which means physically die, which was true.
What?
So they spiritually died that day. Are you spiritually dead?
No, sir. I'm spiritually alive. But the point is this.
So that curse didn't get handed down?
The curse was handed down so that all men do die in flesh. Because, again...
So they don't spiritually die. They fleshly die.
They died in the spirit first, and then the flesh followed afterwards.
Okay, but everyone else has spirit alive, flesh dead?
When they come in the world, we're all cut off from God, brother. That's the key right there. Let me point this out to you, and I believe you'll see it. Think about it. Eve said God said for us not to eat of the tree, not to touch it, for in the day that we do, we should be unalive. And then
that's not what I'm stuck on. I'll get back to that, but are you telling me that we can be alive physically and dead spiritually?
Yes, sir.
And you can be alive spiritually and dead physically?
You can be alive spiritually and dead. Okay, brother.
What does spiritual life do? Like, what does that give you?
Well, being spiritual is being connected with your creator.
So when it says he, does he breathe life into him? Is that the spirit he breathes in, or is that physical life that he breathes in?
Spiritual life.
When does he breathe physical life in?
Well, according to the scripture there, when he had formed man, think about it, he created everything. In the beginning, he spoke it into existence. But when it came to man, he got intimate with us. He took up the dust of the ground and made a man, and then breathed into that man's nostril the breath of life, so put his life within that man, making that man good and very good.
So he did both at once. So one nostril gets spirit, one nostril gets physical, and they come to life. But then at that time, so Adam and Eve would have been immortals, right?
At the time they was.
Right, okay. All right, just making sure. Okay, but not, and spiritual immortals, like both lives. Okay. So when Satan says, ye shall not die, which death is he referring to?
He was speaking about death in general.
But that doesn't mean anything. Like both of them?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because
how do you know he was talking about both of them?
Think about it. Whether it was the one or the first or the second one, God told me in the day that you eat thereof that you should surely die. Now Satan told him you're not going to die.
Yeah, that's why it makes me think that he's talking about the physical one.
Well, do man die?
Yeah, but not on that day.
No, on that day it was a spiritual death. That's the key.
Okay.
See,
Okay.
Okay. Let me do it like this, brother.
Let me give it to you this way. He lied to them bold to their face.
Satan did. Yeah.
I'll give you that. Okay, so Satan's a liar, and they listen to Satan. And is that good or bad to do?
That's bad to do.
Did they know it was bad?
Yes, sir. They knew.
But they hadn't eaten the fruit yet. They don't know good and bad yet.
Listen to what Eve told.
Think about it.
Well, think about what Eve told the serpent. God has said we should not eat of. So she did know.
Is it good to follow God?
Sure it is.
She didn't know that yet, though.
Well, she was already following him.
Yeah, but listen to me. What I'm saying, she's basically a baby, right? She just think about it. She's been on Earth for a few days. Even if she's been there for 30 years, like we don't know how much time has passed. Okay. And she's like, God shows up and it's like, hey, don't eat from this tree. And she's just like, okay. And then Adam's like, yeah, he said not to eat that tree. And she's like, okay. And then the snake is like, you can eat from that tree. Okay. She just is like doing whatever, right? She doesn't know God good, snake bad. She just thinks whatever someone says, I'm just going to do it. Okay. So just think about it that way, because if you realize that she doesn't know good or bad yet, then whatever people say, she's just she's just rolling with it. And so when she ate from it, she went against God. She didn't know that was bad to do. She know there's consequences. You're going to die. Is that bad? I don't know if dying is good or bad. She has no idea. Is snake okay? Is snake good? Snake is sneaky. Is that good or bad? I don't know. Snake lied to me. Is that good or bad? I don't know. She has no clue. And because of her clueless error that should have been corrected, now Eve, you have the knowledge of good and evil. Now you see that it was bad. So from now on, don't eat any more fruit from that tree. That would have been a really, really good consequence. But of course, you and I are punished for her clueless mistake. That's crazy. This is just the most unreasonable God that anyone's ever made up. There's better Greek gods that just get mad about nonsense. You know what I mean? This is just pure monstrous dictatorship. Well, now I don't want to kill you spiritually. I'm going to kill you physically. He's just this crybaby God that is putting a test in the middle of a garden to test people that don't know right and wrong. What are you doing, God? Everything about this story is just nonsensical nonsense. Fuck, I said that twice. I had a really good rant there, and then I said the same word twice. Sorry for the redundancies.
Well, see, that's the whole key there, brother. Satan want us to look at life that way. It's God being the evil one. God. Let me put it like this to you: Is Satan for mankind or against mankind?
I don't think Satan's real. I mean, do you mean in the story?
Oh, you don't think Satan is real?
Mm-mm. You mean in the story, the character of Satan?
I'm talking about Satan as being a spiritual being. You don't think that he's real?
No.
Okay, wow.
But you think the character of Satan in the story, I think, is he's written as being the adversary to God, right?
That's right. Not only to God,
but God's the bad guy, so he might be the good guy.
So Satan might be the good guy?
Maybe. I mean, if he's against God, an enemy of my friend is a friend, right? So I would say that if God is just threatening death to infants throughout the Bible, which he is, right?
Well,
you know the story of the Amalekites, right?
Yes, sir. And I know the story quite well.
Yeah, it's bad. It's dark. God's the bad guy in it. And Saul, and the Hebrew people are for sure all there too. But extra bad for God there for commanding it. Okay, so then if Satan is the one who's hey, maybe we shouldn't listen to this lunatic, then yeah, maybe he's the good guy. It's a good point. Good point, James.
Okay, so the thing is, brother, going back to Adam and Eve and stuff again. Eve, she partook of the fruit and everything, if you'll notice, she couldn't tell no difference. You know, the Bible said that she gave unto her husband Adam with her, and I had asked God the question. I said, now, the Bible tells us that Eve was deceived into eating the forbidden fruit. I asked the Lord, I said, but why did Adam do it? I said, Adam knew better. And God showed me this, that when that woman partook of that tree, she was cut off from God right then and there. She didn't have no way of getting back to him. Adam still had eternal life abiding in him. If you'll notice, the eye wasn't open until Adam partook of the fruit. When Adam partook of the fruit, I asked God, why did Adam do it? And the Lord said, Adam fell with that woman so that the man and woman both done fell underneath God's grace. That's why God gave the prophecy in Genesis 3:15. I'm going to put enmity between thee and the woman, between thy seed and her seed. Again, women don't have seed, women have egg, but God said a woman going to have a seed.
Is that what you're talking about? Why, like, later in the New Testament, when like Jesus told Paul to say that like women shouldn't speak up in church, and that like they should ask their husbands for permission for things because they are like lesser than because of what Eve did?
No, sir. No, sir. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is,
when does it say that? I mean, that's what you're talking about, right? Like,
no.
He still had life, but she was the one who fucked up first. And so that's why, yeah, here it is. So, for it is shameful for a woman to speak in church. Oh, no, this is the other one. Sorry. I think it's in Timothy when it says it. When does it say the one that, you know, it's because she's the one who sinned first? That was Corinthians where it says women shouldn't talk. I think it's in
talking about the woman was in the transgression first. You see, God made man first, Adam first and everything, but the woman, she was in the transgression. She the one that was deceived. But now we got to understand, why did Adam do it? Adam knew better after he seen his wife fall. Why did Adam do it? Adam did it so that when he fell along with the woman, now God got to set another plan in motion to redeem mankind from under the curse of death.
I think it's 2:11. Let's look at that one. Okay, now I was right on Timothy and I lost it now. You ever like just lose a page when someone's rambling and you're like, where did that go? I was looking it up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it happens. Okay. Hebrews, it's before that. It's before Philemon. It's before Titus. Okay, here we go. For people at home who are trying to follow along here, we're going to be on page 1013. Okay, so this is 2:11. I let a woman learn in silence with full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She is to keep silent. For Adam was formed first, then Eve, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived and became a transgressor. Right? So that's what you're talking about. So she's the one who actually got tricked. And of course, if you're someone who can like be fooled, God is saying you're in trouble for that, right?
Well, again,
like
brother,
you're not allowed to talk in church, and you have to like be submissive to men for that. That's why like men are ranked higher than women in God's view, right?
That's not what that's saying, brother. That's not what that's saying. Again,
I do not permit a woman to teach or have authority over a man. So are men allowed to have authority over women?
Well, man is the head. We're supposed to be submissive one to another.
Yep. Well, here it clearly says, yeah. So are women allowed to have authority over men?
Again, you know, God.
No, it says no. The answer is no. It's very clear. And are women supposed to keep silent when they're like learning?
Well, see, brother, we getting off into another thing here.
You brought it up. It's yes. And the reason is because Eve was deceived and not Adam. That's what you were talking about, right? So Adam still had life and then he got in trouble later, but Eve's the one who messed up. And so because of this is why we get this New Testament stuff, right? So do you disagree with this New Testament stuff? Do you think that women should be allowed to like speak up when they're learning, or do you think they should keep quiet?
Well, again, that was the Apostle Paul saying that I believe that a woman should be able to speak to things, concerning the Lord's word and stuff. Because
So you disagree with Paul?
well, in a sense, there, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, it's page 1014, like I said. So if you want to rip that out of your Bible, that'd be really smart to do, because Paul says that this is like the what Jesus taught me. So that's like Jesus who's friends with Yahweh. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to leave mine in because I think it makes the Bible look bad, but if you might want to rip that page out for sure. But look, we've been talking for quite a long time, and I have another guest, so I'm probably going to move on to that. But I do appreciate you coming up here, James.
All right. Yes, sir. And I just pray that you'll be led by God, brother.
Did you want to try to pray for a miracle real quick?
Well, miracles do happen, my brother. I'll be praying for you.
Yeah, I mean, we sometimes ask people if they want, they can pray on the live and try to make a miracle happen. It would be very convincing to all the people here who don't believe in God. You're welcome to do it. I'm not going to force you to.
Wow. I'm good. I'll pray for you, my brother.
Okay. Well,
All
we'll be keeping an eye out for that miracle then. Thanks so much. I've had, just so you guys know, I have had people try to do the miracle 2 times. Hold on 1 second. Okay, your name is Gaelic.
My name is Amanda. Good morning. My page, I teach people Irish, but you can use Amanda if you want. It's just Gaelga Amanda Jane. It just means Irish with Amanda Jane. Sorry, it's a bit confusing. Gaelga, yeah. The Irish word for Irish.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
Isn't that so weird that we name countries wrong? That's like the dumbest thing ever to me, that we're like, what are you? And they're like, we're Germany. And we're like, or they're like, our name is Deutschland. And we're like, no, it's not. We're calling you Germany. Why do we get to do that? China's like that too. So many places are like, oh, and Japan, they're like, we're Nihon. Too hard for us. We're going to call you Japan. Just call people what they want to be called. Anyways,
we call the country Era, and then everyone calls it Ireland, but in Irish we say Era.
Era, I never knew this.
And Era has a kind of like in French with the grave. It's we call it a fada, so the e is stressed a little bit more at the beginning. Era. Yeah.
It sounds like an error.
Slightly.
Yeah. Whoops,
and it's
whoops,
feminine.
made in Ireland. That's an error. No, I'm sure it's lovely there. Okay, so what's your age and religion?
I'm 43, and I would say that I'm kind of cautious of calling myself a Christian because there's so many denominations, and I used to be a religious studies teacher, so I suppose I spent a lot of time having to study scripture for that role, not just Christian scripture, but other scriptures as well, because in the UK when I lived there, you had to also teach world religions, so you kind of get exposed to a lot of other things. And then when I returned home to Ireland, I was teaching in a Gaeltacht region, which is a region where they don't speak English. So then I had to translate. It was a Catholic school, so you can imagine the expectations there are a bit different. So I had to kind of teach more from that perspective a little bit, or there'd be an expectation to do that.
How many languages do you speak?
I speak English and Irish fluently, and then I'm learning Brazilian Portuguese at the moment. But that's very baby steps. Pardon?
Tudo bom?
Tudo bem, você?
No fala português, sorry. Okay.
Mine is not as good.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. This is a word that I actually think it might be an Arabic word, but I don't know if you've heard this before. Sadakmak bivtaj. Have you ever heard that?
Oh, no, I haven't heard that.
It's like a word for people who don't use the word Christian, but they follow the teachings of Jesus. So they're basically like Christian in character, but not in name.
I guess what I try to do is so basically when I started to teach in that school in the Irish area where they spoke only Irish, I started learning certain things because I was reading the Bible in Irish and I'd never done that before. So meanings were slightly deeper because I feel like the English language misses something when it comes to scripture. In the same way, if you were reading the texts from the Vedas, or, you know, if you were looking at a Sikh document or something, you know, when it's in their language, I feel like there's something to do with language.
Yeah, but it wasn't written in Irish.
No, it wasn't. But the Irish Bible doesn't have, you know, the way some Bibles, there's like a lot of different translations, or one translation is from another translation rather than directly from Greek or directly from Hebrew. The Irish language is an Indo-European language, so it comes from that area and has a lot of connections to, I suppose, what you call Hebrew or those kind of older languages. So the Irish language is 5,000 years old. It's not something that comes from Latin or that kind of thing, you know, like some of the
Which one do you read? Is it like William Bettles or John McHale's?
Oh, I have to apologize here because I'm not too sure about who translated. When I was working in that school, I was using something called the Bible app. And so what it would give you at the top was just kind of, again, it was in Irish, but it would say like, Ansham na nua nede go octu. So like, it would say like, there would be one that was just like the New Testament from 1980, or there was the original one. No, I do have one at the house.
You know, the Bible I like most is one that they have gone through and is the closest to the original Hebrew and Arabic and Greek. I guess there's not any written Arabic, but the Hebrew and Greek. And it's like the closest to a direct translation. Like
which one is that you have?
NRSVUE, New Revised Standard. Revised NRS. What's the V?
And I'll grab. I have a hard copy
standard version, updated edition. Yeah, so like they updated it recently with like I think it was with the addition of like Dead Sea Scrolls. They were like, let's make sure this is all accurate and true. Because the King James is a pile of shit.
I agree. I don't like the King James. Like when I was teaching the kids, I used to talk to them about the implications of what happened with that translation. And a lot of people use the King James version, but for me, because there's so many political influences on it, and kind of the fact that
they softened a lot of the horrors of the Old Testament, didn't they? Yeah.
There's even words like Kirik, and I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but you know, like where it would have said congregation, they changed it to church, but that was a lot to do with what they were trying to do because of the Reformation and all the other things in the UK. So definitely you have to kind of consider what are the underlying things. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you.
Well, let me ask you this, Amanda. Do you believe that there is a God? Do you believe that Jesus died for your sins, like the basics?
Yeah, I do believe there is a God. And I think I felt that from a very young age. It was something very inherent. It wasn't something someone told me. I do remember being very curious, and I sometimes think certain kids or certain people might, I wonder, you know, like when you look at personality types or all those kind of quizzes, and I apologize because I don't remember the words or names for these. I have a
personality test.
Yeah, something like that. I wonder, are there leanings that make people more interested in the same way, say some people are more people pleasing, or
I think some people are more predisposed to be more skeptical, and some are more predisposed to be more gullible.
And I mean, I wouldn't criticize someone for being skeptical. I mean, even skepticism is talked about in scripture. So like, and again, like I want to be really clear, like I have friends
it says to test the prophets.
Yeah, and like I surround myself with people who have lots of different beliefs, and I am not someone who I think what I'm grateful for is teaching, because I don't teach now because I have long COVID, so I work in a library, but I used to teach in high school.
That sucks. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a journey.
God. Yeah. I didn't have it, but someone I know, someone who was a big fan of, I don't know, she might still have it. And it's just been like a devastating ride. Yeah. God,
the chronic fatigue and stuff, and some of the physical implications can be, the dysautonomia is probably the hardest, because if you don't pace, your autonomic nervous system kicks off in other ways. So for me, I didn't want to teach if I wasn't my premium, because it's young people's lives. If you're teaching them for exams, you know, they should really have someone who's at their optimum health teaching them. You don't want to hurt someone's life by going in and you're subpar, you know. So I loved teaching, and I still do love it, but I wouldn't go in and do a half job, you know. I feel that wouldn't be great.
How do you like justify the existence of an all good God in spite of things like long COVID?
I think that when I look at scripture, when I've read things and I go back and I look at things, I don't just read the Bible, I read other documents. And my partner's the same. Like, he would read a lot of other books that maybe some people might not be interested in, or and the reason I say was raising the point around who I surround myself with is I don't attend a Christian church as such, or, you know, I'm not sort of into this performative aspect that happens within certain spaces, if that makes sense. So that was just a distinction I wanted to make. But and again, I'm not judging. It's just something that doesn't, for me, I studied philosophy, I studied history, and I think that philosophy of religion was really important to me. So I am very curious, and I am very curious in language and linguistics. And I suppose that would emphasize or influence the answer I would give you next, which is like when I'm studying things, and especially when I'm studying things in Irish, I feel like it revealed certain layers to me that were not visible in certain translations in English. I can't say all because I've not read all, you know what I mean? But for me, I think that when I think about creation, or the way the creation story is given, and again, no one has to agree with this. This is just how I make sense of it and answering your question, okay?
Sorry to interrupt. Just like it's after midnight for me. I'm probably only going to do this for a few more minutes. So like,
that's okay.
If you want to maybe answer, like, you don't have to give all the the background stuff. You can just say, here's how, and then like kind of.
Yeah, like for me, when I look at it, I think that when man is first created, I don't believe man has all the same illnesses. Like for me, the way I make sense of it is, if you go back further, there isn't that dilution. I feel like, you know, in the same way, if you look at the COVID epidemic and how something passes around, when something new happens, that is introduced into the blood, that is introduced into something.
You believe like the Genesis story is a true account, like you're a young earther?
I don't know I don't know if I've been exposed to that.
Do you think Adam and Eve were real people from 6,000 years ago that started, like, were the first people? Or do you believe in like evolution and like the earth is 4 billion years old? Not sure.
Yeah, like I haven't forced myself to make a decision on that.
Well, it makes a big difference in this question, right? Because there was like sickness before humans. It's true, right? Like we've found it.
That can be valid. Like, I'm not saying animals didn't get sick or other people didn't get sick or that kind of thing,
like,
for sure.
Like HPV existed before the humans, right? Like the papillomavirus was like, has been being passed down since before we were like modern humans, right? It goes back further, and we can like see it in distant ancestors, and we can track it far back. So like, and even like in Neanderthal, right? And so like, which is just interesting. We shared some similar things with them, but like, I have some notes about it I've written down. It's a really interesting thing, but it's before Adam and Eve. Right. So like maybe with COVID, you're right. Like that happened later, but there were diseases, there were sicknesses before, you know, anyone disobeyed a God.
Yeah. I think, see, for me, I don't sometimes force myself to know everything, right? Because my faith is believing something that in the sense of how faith is understood, is like you're believing in something that you don't fully always see the answers straight away, or and especially because
with this case now it would start to be like, in spite of the evidence, in spite of the scientific evidence to the contrary, I'm going to still believe. It's not a like God of the gaps. It's one thing to be like, well, we don't know what it was, so I'm going to put my faith in God. It's now there's evidence against it, and I'm still like jumping over that and like believing in the other thing.
Well, no, when I look at things like the ages of people, how long people lived, say, for example, an example around that is like, some people would say, oh, this guy lived till 800 or 900 years old. And someone might say that's impossible or something. But the thing is, when I look at the language, I could be making an inference about what a year meant to someone back then. Like, just because a year means something to us now, how do I know that the time or the calendar that was the same then? Yeah. So these are the kinds of things that I don't make assumptions about when I'm reading. I guess that's what I mean. You know, I say, okay, this is what I'm reading, and this is how it says it.
That's fine for things like years.
I don't want to infer.
I get that for years, but when it's like, and then at this moment, like the first thing happened, that first is
Yeah,
still
like there are
first.
literalists. Like there are people who are literalists.
That's what I was saying. If you're a
Yeah.
literalist, then you have to deny all of these things. So you were using literalism as a scapegoat to basically to like evade the problem of suffering. That's what just happened. So I was like, why is there disease? And you said because hold on, just Amanda, hold on. Just to recap for people. I said, why is there suffering basically in the form of disease and sickness? And you said,
I misheard you. Sorry. I misheard that part. I apologize. I didn't hear you properly.
I mean, I phrased it as, how do you like still believe in an all good God when there's things like long COVID? But what I'm, like clearly what I'm getting to is like, wouldn't God cure these things? And you're saying no, because of the fall, because of Genesis. And then I said, well, Genesis isn't a true story. And you said,
like, see, for me,
some of it is, or I don't know. I don't know what you did next.
What I consider is, I know people say God is all good, but I don't know. Maybe it's from studying philosophy. How can something all powerful be all good? Because for me, something all powerful can be dangerous. So for me, I see God as someone or as an entity that is all powerful, has the potential to be all good. But because it's all powerful, if he's omnipotent, if he's all powerful, I think to be able to create something, that means, because I actually was having this conversation with my partner the other day, and we were talking about what's happening in the Middle East at the moment and all the things. I won't go into that, but like I was talking about like, where does badness come from? Where does ill come from? And things like that.
I have this background. See this? All these omnis that don't make sense together. I talk about this all the time. You're totally right. But the problem is that in the Bible, God is described as these. So I'm with you. I'm happy to ditch the Bible. I think it has a bunch of errors and flaws in it.
Well,
that's what you're doing. Like you're saying, this is incorrect,
Well, the Bible has what it has there. And I guess what I'm saying to you
is not properly described.
I think what I suppose what I feel is I really believe God is all powerful. But I understand that presents a question mark, if you know what I mean, for the other aspects.
Does that mean he can do everything?
Yeah, like I don't think God operates inside time. Like for me, God operates outside of time.
Does he operate within logic?
I suppose
you're stuck with, can he make a rock so heavy he can't lift it, right?
I was married before my husband passed away, and he always said God can use a stone to reach anyone. So I find interesting that you said about a rock. And my current partner's surname is Rasha, which means rock. So I don't believe
it's just a really famous paradox of an omnipotent being.
Well, you see, for example, I don't believe in coincidences. I kind of see things as a tapestry. I think that when you're making a tapestry, for example...
the question is, can God make a rock so heavy he can't lift it? Why are you talking about tapestries and fate? Like, what are you doing? Do you need someone to talk to?
How do you mean?
Like, it seems like you just need to like get a bunch of stuff off your chest, but you're not really like engaged in the conversation here.
No, I have ADHD, so sometimes something will spark another thought. So sorry about that.
Sorry, that's okay. My kids do too, so I understand that helps a lot. Yeah, but I'm going to reel you back in.
Yeah, it's just when I heard rock, it just kind of created another thought in my mind.
So let's talk about the rock. So if you think God operates outside of logic, then you have these like dumb questions that you have to deal with. Can God make a rock so heavy he can't lift it? Can God make a babe so hot that he can't help but look at her? You know what I mean? Like, and
I'm just wondering why
these are problems for a God. Can he make a square circle? Can he make two?
But I feel like some of those things are a bit idiotic to ask.
I agree. I 100% agree. I absolutely agree. These are like
because
dumb
also
questions.
I don't think.
But that's because if you say that God is logical, then you have other problems. There's a problem either way, right?
I think that the problem is you cannot, as a human being, fully comprehend God, full stop. Like, we have finite minds.
Then we shouldn't believe in him. If it's something that we are
I feel, look, that's
unable
a personal
to
choice.
access, then yeah.
I mean,
it's
that's
like
a
just
personal
clearly
choice.
made up. That's what you say about lies. That's what scams say, right?
No, this is something that came up when we were studying the philosophy of religion. You know, this idea around, I'm not making that comment up, it's just something that, you know, is in my mind from those times, which is very long ago. But, you know, I do remember one of the, we would have discussed, say, the entity of God and sort of other aspects. But I just remember that phrase, you know, we have finite minds and God is infinite. This was, and again, we had lecturers with different belief systems, so they all had different perspectives, which gave a balance. But like, I'm just saying, you know, someone can say, I still believe, or I'm not going to believe, or it doesn't make sense, or like for me, when I look at scripture,
you have to understand that like this question, this like, can God lift or create a rock so heavy you can't lift it, is a defeater to omnipotence, and the God is described as omnipotent, or as omnipotent. Until this like defeater is answered, everyone should withhold their belief because it destroys God. No one should believe until this question's solved. We should all stop believing. If you can solve it by saying God operates within logic, okay, then we can go back to talking. But until then, God doesn't exist.
I don't understand where we go from. I said God operates outside of time to saying does God operate in logic? So I'm not sure.
That's why I was asking, because operating outside of time doesn't make sense to me. That seems illogical. To operate without time is not operating. So that's why I was like, is this an illogical God?
I don't see how.
Is he outside of like reality?
For me, those two things don't match. You know, so I don't know how.
So let me ask you a few things, and you can say yes or no. Is God outside of time?
I think he can operate outside of time.
Okay.
It makes sense to me that way.
Yes, that's a yes. Okay. Is he outside of reality?
I don't know if I know the answer to that. Like, maybe because it's like 8 a.m. in the morning here and maybe I'm too sleepy, but I'm not sure if I would.
I would say yes. I think it's outside of reality.
What would be for you the reason why you feel that's the answer of that?
He's made up. He's unreal. It's not a real thing. He's like unicorns.
But then that
These
wouldn't
things are outside of reality.
I see where you're coming from. So for you, the outside of reality aspect is to do with you don't think that God is real.
Yeah, I don't think
it wouldn't make sense in reality. Okay, no, I hear where you're coming from.
So you think he's real? So you would say he's within reality. Okay. Is he outside of logic? He's within reality. The rules are that he is within logic. That's just, logic works, right? If you either have to like say God is within reality and within the rules of logic, but then he breaks the rules of logic, which means you have to like accept contradictions, which is why the worldview is such a joke. You have to like believe impossible things that doesn't make sense. Like, or you have to say he's outside of logic. He's outside of reality, which means he's made up.
There are miracles that don't adhere to logic all the time in modern day.
So then he's outside of logic. Great.
I guess
now you have to deal with the dumb questions.
Enough time on that to be fully sure of my answer.
Yeah, like this is how I do it. So like I have 2 quarters here, right? And I don't have any other quarters in my pocket or in my hands or anything. I just have the 2 quarters. So if I put 2 in my pocket, can I reach in and take out 5? Just logically, if I reach in, can I take out 5?
I imagine not, unless
because 2 isn't 5. Yeah. I go back out. 2 equals 2. 2 does not equal 5, right? If 5 came out, logic would be broken, right? The rule of logic would have just fallen apart. Like Aristotle's P equals P. It's broken. We have to like rethink all of reality at this point. But I think if God can do it, then it means he can break the rules of logic.
See, I think how I look at that, and again, having not spent too much time on that specific kind of language as a question, what comes to my mind is if someone is a creator, like for me, I write songs, I make something out of nothing. You know, there are some things where you can make something out of nothing. And I know that's not equating to the exact same thing. But when it comes to creation, there is the capacity for making something. Like even if you have a block of stone and you give that to someone who's an artist, who's a sculptor, they will make something out of that wasn't there before.
Yeah, but not out of nothing, out of stuff.
No. I know these are bad examples. I do apologize. I suppose when I was saying about a song, I was trying to use that example because
it's also just like not about what we're talking about.
Well, see, I just think that the two entities don't operate the same. Like
I'm not talking about can God sing a song? Can God make five quarters out of two quarters? It's a very specific thing.
Yeah, well, I'm using what would be possible for me as an example, and then I'm saying that God is different to me. So, like, God is not a human. So, excuse me, like if he can make the world, if he can make whatever, like,
yeah, and people
can't he make that?
For people asking, the gifts are turned on, so the rose is always an option here. But yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Sorry, no, that's okay. Look, I just think that's how I make. I can't really say anything more other than I don't only rely on the Bible. And I would say to somebody, it's really important to read other things.
I'm so sorry, Amanda. Someone like paid to drop you. I think they're just kind of like tired of the getting off topic. I just have to follow the rules of the live. I think we'll have to end it there. Sorry about that. Thanks for the gifts, guys. I do appreciate that. Yeah, it's always one rose to drop in here. And thank you so much for that. Your contributions are invaluable, I think, worth more than you can ever imagine. I keep seeing Daniel pop in and out here and there. Are you going to be going live anytime soon, my friend? I don't know if he's actually here. But I would love to know if you're going to be on later in, I don't know. Is it like, oh, my mic is quiet? Usually I can turn it up. There we go. There's a little louder. Okay. Yeah, so there's a few other guests in here, but it's 12:20 for me, so I'm going to be done. Daniel, did you want to like jump up so people can follow you? You're welcome to, but if you're busy, it's okay. Yeah, always good to have Daniel here and a good person to find. He said he's going to be live later, but I don't know how much that is. So what I'm going to do is play a little tune. Oh, you're driving. Okay. Well, then don't type stuff, guy. Okay. Well, everyone follow Daniel right here. Let me see if maybe I can pin this dangerous comment that he left. I don't know how to do that. No. Oh, here we go. Yeah. There you go. Follow Daniel. Make sure you give them a follow so that later you can see them live. And I will do a little song. So we had this beat from before, but maybe I should just make a fresh one. Let's make a brand new beat, and then we'll raid out of here. And let me see who's on right now. Thanks everyone for coming. I do appreciate you so much. Yeah, now my mic sounds real loud. We've got, God, it's good to be back. Good to be back. God of Logic is on. Now, Ann B.A. is a debater who's really good I've seen lately. I don't know her actual username. I think it's just Ann, A-N-N, with a B dot A dot after. That'd be a good person to go raid. She's fantastic, very smart person. And then go to Daniel's later. But wherever you go, say Mezzo raid. And while we and feel free to go now. I'm just gonna like make a little music just for fun. Maybe out of nothing. All right, let's see. Let's do like a chill. How about Alexi Murdoch? Oh, you know what? I'm just going to improv something. That's too slow. Here we go. Yep. game music. everybody. Thank you so much again for coming here. A little bit of a groove. Just something funky to leave on. Thank you so much for being here. I'll be back Friday night, but I won't be here Sunday for Atheist Sunday School. You'll have to deal with that. Just cope. Maybe Joel will come on. Maybe what I'll do, I'll do a Saturday night. Would that be cool? A Saturday night live? That could be really nice, actually. What do you guys think about a Saturday night? We don't usually go up on Saturday night. We might get a whole bunch of Saturday night. Yeah, like Awana. Is that when Awana would happen? We might get a different audience. We might get a different group of new people. I'll think about that. That could be fun. That could be a fun thing. I'll try and do that. That'd be really great. All right. Take care, everyone.